We are live.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to welcome everybody to Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting of Wednesday, October 14th, 2020. And it's now 10 o'clock. I want to acknowledge that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the Township of Georgian Bay even today, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant in guiding our decisions and actions. Megwich. I also want to make a comment on the fact that in the Township of Georgian Bay, we have a strategic plan, and the strategic plan, amongst other things, includes 6 strategies, and they are municipal fiscal responsibilities. The first one, which is rather relevant to the fact that we have a few reports from our finance department today. Establish cohesive communities, protect and preserve the natural environment. And if I can turn the page, sustainable economic development, transparent and representative government, and well-managed infrastructure. So just a little reminder, those are amongst our goals as we conduct our meeting today. All right, and with that, I'm going to ask everybody, the councillors, whether they have any declarations of either pecuniary interest or code of conduct conflict of interest that they would like to declare at this point. All right, and as per usual, I'll remind you that if any time during the meeting something comes up where you think, oops, I should have declared, please raise your hand to that point immediately, interrupting us if you need to, because I want to make sure that if any conflict comes forward that we declare them. We are going to open with a delegation from Melissa Carruthers of the Severn Sound Environmental Association. And I see her name there, so hopefully very soon we will see her face again. And I'm going to turn the screen over to Melissa. Now we see her. Good.
Good morning. Thank you. Just one moment, and I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak to you today. So thank you to your worship, members of council, and staff. For those who don't know, my name is Melissa Carruthers. I do work for the Severn Sound Environmental Association. My full title is a Risk Management Official and Risk Management Inspector, and I also serve in that role for the Township of Georgian Bay as well. So today's presentation, I'm going to touch on 3 things. So I'm going to give you a very brief overview of the Drinking Water Source Protection Program. I'm going to give you an update from a risk management perspective and an update from a Source Protection Authority standpoint. So to start from the very, very beginning, I'm going to start with what is source water. So as the slide states, source water is the water from streams, lakes, rivers, or underground aquifers. It's used to supply public and private drinking water systems, and it can come from 2 sources, either ground or surface water. However, when we talk about the Drinking Water Source Protection Program, it's the protection of only the municipal drinking water sources from overuse and contamination. The Drinking Water Source Protection Program gets its power from the Clean Water Act. It's provincial legislation, and it's the first step in Ontario's multi-barrier approach to protecting municipal drinking water sources. Although it fits into provincial legislation, it's implemented across the province on a more local level through local source protection plans. There are 19 source protection regions in the province, and we are a part of the South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe Source Protection Region. The region is over 10,000 square kilometers in size, consists of 52 municipalities, and has the greatest number of municipal drinking water systems of all the regions across the province, approximately 1/3. And within the South Georgian Bay Lake Simcoe region, there are also source protection areas and authorities. So in our region, those consist of the Severn Sound Environmental Association, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, and the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. And just one kind of fun fact for you, so Severn Sound Environmental Association, we are one of 2 non-conservation authorities across the province who have been given the honor to operate as a source protection authority. So as part of the process, there's two key vulnerable areas that were defined. They are called wellhead protection areas, or WAPAs, and intake protection zones, or IPZs. Within the township of Georgian Bay, there are only intake protection zones. So an IPZ is an area on the water and land surrounding a municipal surface water intake, and the size of the zone is determined by how quickly the water will flow to the intake in hours. And so one key point that I wanted to make on this slide, so on the map on the right, is that the Drinking Water Source Protection Program only applies within vulnerable areas, so only within the IPZs. So as you can see, within the township of Georgian Bay, it's a very small portion of your township. So basically just in Port Severn area and a little bit of the Rope subdivision intake falls within the township. So there's two other areas that you may have heard of before, so highly vulnerable aquifers and significant groundwater recharge areas. These were defined as part of this process. However, there are no policies in our local source protection plan to regulate threats in these areas, as our plan only deals with significant drinking water threats, and threats in these two areas can only ever be low or moderate. There are 22 prescribed drinking water threats under the Clean Water Act, which are addressed through the Source Protection Program. 20 of those deal with impacts on water quality, and 2 deal with water quantity. The threats span multiple sectors, such as municipal, industrial, residential, and agricultural, so nobody is really exempt. So a question you may be asking is, how do we actually protect source water through the program? And we do that through the implementation of policies in our local source protection plan. So the source protection plan is a document that contains a range of policies that aim to manage and eliminate existing and future significant drinking water threats within those local vulnerable areas. So for you guys, the IPZ. As previously mentioned, each source protection region has its own plan. And on the screen is an example of how our plan and policies are laid out. So on the left-hand side is the front page, and on the right-hand side is an example of threat number 15, which is related to the handling storage of fuel. However, they're all laid out the same. They start with a definition or text for context purposes, and they have a summary chart at the bottom, which lays out the circumstances which require to make a significant drinking water threat. And then it's followed by the policies and the implementers. So these are our guiding principles of how we protect the municipal drinking water sources. So who is responsible for protecting the source water? So the Region Source Protection Committee, they created the local source protection plan. It's their responsibility to evaluate and update it. It's the responsibility of the local source protection authority to monitor source water activities, provide education and outreach support materials, as well as support implementing bodies. The risk management official and inspector, so myself, I'm responsible for working with landowners to identify and mitigate the risk to municipal supplies, so the boots on the ground person. Municipal staff are responsible for coordinating with myself if development is occurring on a property located in a vulnerable area, as well as implementing additional policies such as a septic reinspection program. And finally, source water protection flows right down to property owners and managers, developers and builders to ensure they are making responsible choices in vulnerable areas. So that's your very, very brief overview of what the program is. I'm going to switch hats just a little bit now, and I'm going to give you an update from a risk management perspective. So this table, it's a bit overwhelming. There's lots of numbers. However, I just wanted to point out so there's 2 numbers that are circled. So originally, when the source protection plan was approved in 2015, there was a thought that there was about 69 significant drinking water threats within the township of Georgian Bay. We're now sitting at 56, and all of those threats apply to septics, which are dealt with through, like I mentioned, the septic reinspection program. So they're inspected on a 5-year rotation. There was previously indicated that there was a couple of fuel threats and a couple of DNAPL threats. So DNAPLs are just heavy chemicals. However, through a threat verification process, so that involves either physically going onto the site, conducting phone interviews, doing windshield surveys, or a combination of the above, all of these threats have been removed as they are not taking place on these sites. So although you currently don't have any significant drinking water threats within the township, to ensure that remains, part of my job is to review planning and building applications within the IPZ, which requires me to work really closely with your planning staff, which I'm very happy to do. So switching gears one more time. So now I'm going to talk to you from your Source Protection Authority standpoint. So coming to you from the Severn Sound Source Protection Authority, a bit of a good news story for you. So as you can see by the policy on the slide, municipalities, they need to report to the local Source Protection Authority by February 1st of each year. And this is on their implementation progress. And in the Township of Georgian Bay, this is primarily done on your behalf by the SSCA as your risk management official, as well as obtaining additional information from municipal staff to complete additional questions. So I'm happy to report that this was done. We submitted before the February 1st deadline, and I'd also like to thank some of your staff, so Victoria Lemieux and Dave Federo, for their help in getting the additional questions filled out. So one thing to talk to you about today. So when we make assessment reports, source protection plans, we're guided by rules set out by the province. So a few years ago, they changed some of those rules that would need to be followed when creating assessment reports. So just a brief overview, an assessment report is the scientific backing to the local source protection plan. One of those changes would allow for the rope subdivision IPZ to have an increased vulnerability score. So based on the older rules, it could only ever be a 9. With the update to the rules, it would bump it up to 10, the highest possible. Just for some clarity, so the rope subdivision intake, it is a Township of Tay system. However, you can see just a small portion that does fall within the Township of Georgian Bay. And the rationale of why this is being considered to change the vulnerability score is that both the neighboring intakes, the Port Severn and Victoria Harbour, have a vulnerability score. All the intakes, they're all relatively close to shore and in shallow water. However, since the rule has changed, the ministry has provided some conflicting guidance on if we could apply this rule or not. So before I go down the road of seeing if we can update it, I'm just looking to see your support level. So after this presentation, I will be submitting a follow-up letter for your discussion at the next council meeting. But just a quick overview. So the impacts that this could have on the township are that the septic systems within that area would be required to be inspected. However, through conversations with your staff, it's my understanding that's already taking place. So essentially this should have no impact on the township. It would just basically be a numbered change on the map and then would require those septics to be inspected. And one last little FYI, so I know you guys are a little bit different because the district, the water system is the responsibility of the district. However, I still wanted to bring an FYI to your attention. So due to changes to the Safe Drinking Water Act in 2018, any new or changing municipal systems now need to ensure municipal drinking water sources are protected before they can come online. There is a process that is in place, so I can work with any staff that need to when or if this comes up. However, I just wanted to let you know that there could be some timing implications. So for small changes, it could be a 6-month. For major new systems or changes, it could be a few years. However, like I mentioned, it is the district's responsibility, but just something for you to be aware of at this time. And that's all I have for you today. So I'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Well, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that that presentation, Ms. Carruthers, and I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 councillors have a question or 2 to ask. So I'm looking for hands to go up. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek.
Thank you very much, Melissa, for your presentation. Just have a couple of questions. It has to do with the water levels on the Middle Great Lakes. We're seeing a swing of about 2 meters in those water levels. And I guess the first question was related to when you talked about septic systems, septic inspections, reviewing of applications. What are you doing in terms of addressing that issue? Because as you might imagine, with the high water right now, we have issues with some septic systems being flooded out. Or partially flooded out. On the other hand, I see that in the IPZs that you talk about, particularly the rope subdivision, the intake is at 1.9 meters. What in heaven's name happens when the water goes back down? So anyway, those are my two questions, and it's I guess the main concern is that with an intake at 1.9 meters, one wonders how safe that is. Thank you.
Thank you. So through your worship to Councillor Cooper, so to address your first question about the septic systems. So like I mentioned, the water levels themselves, it doesn't really matter where it comes to when the policies apply. It is really more of where the lines are on the map and if the septic systems fall in or out. And like I mentioned, the septic reinspection program is the township's responsibility. So it would default back to your municipal staff at this point of how they're addressing any septic systems that are being impacted by water levels at this point. Through the SSEA, we could help with education and outreach materials, so kind of how to maintain your septic and things of that nature, but the physical inspections would be the municipal responsibility. And then the Source Protection Authority would be the education and outreach. We could assist that way. So through your comment about rope subdivision, you're right, it is a very shallow intake. Again, it would be the municipality if to be kind of having a mitigation plan in place for changes to water levels. But at this point, it would not fall within the scope of the program. The municipality would have to be aware of where their intakes are sitting, making sure that it's staying within the water level for sure. But outside of that, it's a municipal responsibility at this point.
If I may, follow-up question. So with respect to your comment of being a municipal responsibility in terms of where the intake is that correct?
Yes, so the through your worship to Councillor Cooper, yes, so it would be it would probably be a municipal and a provincial process. So where intakes and groundwater systems and where all those fall, it's the municipality, it's essential, and for you guys it's a bit different because it's a district responsibility, but there's typically studies done to show where your systems can go so that they have longevity, but it is a municipal run process, and then your licenses and agreements come through the province. So it's a kind of it doesn't fall within the Severn Sound Environmental Association within our purview.
So you can't talk to the municipality and say, we're worried about this? Is that not part of your job? Thank you.
We could, yes, for sure. Yep, that's something we could do.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Firstly, let me thank Melissa for a fantastic report. Short, sweet, very precise. Love it. To Councillor Cooper's comments, yes, the Rope Boulevard intake is very shallow. It's in Tay Township, but it's in a bay with a lot of flushing. So the water is good. It only supplies the Rope Boulevard survey and the Forest Harbor survey. We have a problem of our own here. Our intake is in Little Lake, and Little Lake has no flushing. Little Lake is basically the collection area of all the water from Lake Couchiching through the Trent Severn system and gathers at Lock 45 at the dam. This summer, we had a lot of issues with water quality coming from this intake. The water was very stained. It was very smelly, almost intolerable in your house. It's been a concern of the residents that use the District of Muskoka treatment facility. And we've always wondered why the intake wouldn't have been put on the Georgian Bay side where you have water depth and you don't get the blue-green algae bloom, which we had this year, or the tannins in the water when the water gets very warm like it does on Little Lake. So your report basically tells me that the municipality should be approaching the district and perhaps with some input from SSEA on the issues involved. So I'm wondering where we should go and spearhead this effort from. Would it be from our staff taking it to the district, or would our staff bring the concern to you and you would address it with the district? Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Bochek. Yes, we're very happy as your local source protection authority to kind of be the go-to between Georgian Bay staff and district staff. So yeah, I'm happy to open up that discussion to kind of get a better sense of the history of why that intake was put where it is, and if there wants to be a discussion on movement, I'd be happy to spearhead that or that conversation.
Thank you very much, and I'll certainly be in touch with our staff, and hopefully they will get in touch with you and we can move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I saw Councillor Hazelton's hand.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a few questions. The first one, just it's somewhat kind of pointed, if you will, but you talk about these septic systems. You said that there's 56 that are kind of threats in for the township of Georgian Bay. Can I assume that there are 56 in that IPZ area that you've defined as Port Severn?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you're really not focused on septics anywhere else. You're just looking at the at-risk septic systems in that drawing area as shown. Next question, if I may. I think you said that source water protection is also applicable to not just municipal, but larger private sources. Is that true?
Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, no. So currently the program only applies to municipal drinking water sources.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for that, and also thank you for the presentation. I actually worked in a building years ago in downtown Toronto where this water agency was, and I got all excited when I started hearing and reading some of the material, and then I started realizing that it has nothing to do with those of us on Georgian Bay or any of the inland lakes and the water that we take and use for our purposes. And I would offer a comment that there are far more people taking water out of the bays and lakes in the township of Georgian Bay that are more at risk than a municipal water intake. And so sadly, I get the fact that the current intake is flawed. I agree with Councillor Bocek. It probably needs to be relocated. But I've been wondering for years how we could find a way to leverage this source protection authority and focus on safe drinking water and have it apply to the thousands of properties up and down the shoreline and inland lakes of Georgian Bay, township of Georgian Bay, to protect us in a similar manner to the way you have this hyper focus on these intake areas, because quite bluntly, the water quality is going down the tubes up and down the coastline of Georgian Bay. Don't know as much about it on the inland lakes, but it's certainly going down the tubes in Georgian Bay. And as Councillor Cooper pointed out, with the high water in Georgian Bay, if you think you have 56 at-risk septic systems in that tiny area of the water intake, I'll bet you that that's magnified by maybe a factor of, 5 or 10 when you get out on the bay with the high water levels. So can you say anything of encouragement that would suggest that we can find a way to leverage these things that you're doing in these municipal intake areas and somehow have them apply in all of these other areas where we are taking our water out of the bay and the water quality is going down the tubes?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton. So that's a very excellent point, and I definitely welcome your comments on that. So kind of two parts to that, I guess. So the first one, I don't think you're alone in having some frustration with it only applying to a municipal system. There has been some rumblings from various organizations that it should be applying across the province, not just in specific areas. I can't offer too much encouragement at this point, but I have reached out to the ministry to get a sense of, so it was on another municipality's behalf, who they don't have, they're not within this area, but they were looking to potentially extend some of their systems to mirror the program. So I've reached out to the province to see what would that process look like? Can they do that? How would this work? And I haven't had a response yet. So when I do get that response, I'd be happy to kind of share that with you guys as well. I don't know if it would quite apply, but they might be a starting point to build from.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for answering Al's question, because that was one I had as well. But in addition, I'm curious because we've had discussions in the last day about how septage gets taken care of. And while that isn't directly related to you, I know that there are septic or sewage systems in Severn Sound, and I'll say Midland and Penetang in particular, where there are issues over stormwater runoff. And I guess where do you have influence on those systems, or do you help those municipalities in managing and upgrading those systems?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. So great question again. As I mentioned, so the source protection program, it only has 22 threats that we can kind of manage or deal with. One of them is more of a municipal, sort of like their sewage pipes and things of that nature. Those policies typically are dealt with through the ministry channels, so it's done through their licenses and things of that nature. But again, like, we were always here for guidance and advice. I am also the risk management official for Midland and Penetang. So there is we're kind of the same across the board within our Severn Sound municipalities. So that's helpful. But again, it kind of falls down to other channels. It falls to the province. We can help guide a little bit, but it really is, that one's a provincial channel one.
So for clarification, then, sorry, the sewage treatment is a provincial matter as opposed to something that you guys handle or can handle, correct? Is that what I'm getting here?
Depends on the size. Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Jar. Yes, it's depending on the size. It does go through provincial channels. Yes.
At what point does it move from sort of local jurisdiction to provincial jurisdiction?
So through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, it's anything over 10,000 liters a day. And then when it switches to the pipes and the infrastructure part of it, then it's a provincial matter.
Got it. Okay. I'm very aware of all that since I had to deal with it here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no other hands, I'm going to say thank you very much. I mean, I think it's a wonderful thing that we're trying to protect source water for the municipal water systems, but I think we also have to take into account that other water systems, regardless of whether they're for a large group, a private grouping, be it like a trailer park or some such thing, or individuals, we all want a source water that we believe is reasonably safe. And I think that it's something that we should love to see expand, and take your little circles that are kilometer around intakes and actually have them cover the whole province, because in the whole province people are taking water out of various systems. So we'd love to see that expanded, but I know that's a little bit of a dream, and maybe we should get back to business here. But so thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. All right. The next thing on our agenda, Council, is the consent agenda, and the resolution moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the consent agenda of September 16th, 2020 as circulated, and that the recommendations contained in the Waste Management Committee minutes of September 29, 2020 be adopted. Is there anything anybody wants to pull or highlight, or do I call for the vote? I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to say all those in favor. And now I am seeing everyone's hands, including mine. So that is unanimous, Mr. Bocek. All right. That means I can rifle through quite a few pages that our clerk gave me and not worry about them. And I can flip over to the second page of our agenda. And I have in front of me, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the regular agenda of October 14th, 2020 as circulated. All those, oh, Councillor, are you about to vote, Councillor Jarvis? All those in favor?
Let's jump in again. Sorry about that.
Okay, so that was carried unanimously. And next is when each of us gets our turn to tell everybody what we're up to. And I'm going to mess things up a little bit because I got to stir the pot now and then. I've decided today we're going to do it alphabetically. Therefore, Councillor Bocek, I'm afraid you are first. Yes, Councillor Wienkel, you'll be last, but guess what will happen next month?
So I had my notes prepared for this for yesterday's meeting, and I've misplaced them, but I'll just speak off the cuff here. There was a few councillors that attended the Segway Golf Charity event. And I'd like to thank all the volunteers that were involved. It was a successful day. The preliminary reports are that we raised over $25,000 for the GBGH. And that's very commendable considering COVID-19 and all the different rules we had to have in place to have an enjoyable day. So congratulations to the people of Segway for putting on a great tournament. Met with constituents all about the popular topics that have been going on in our area. One in particular is up on Whites Falls Road with the parking of campers using Crown land. I've been assured by our staff and by district staff that the guardrails will be put back in place so the cars cannot enter in off of Whites Falls Road. Continued efforts towards the commercial property, Big Shoot Marine. They've had a lot of issues up there with trespassing, people carrying rifles, going in target shooting in behind his property. I've addressed this with the OPP. There's been emails sent to staff. Quite a few issues up there, dealing with them on an ongoing basis. If I remember anything else, I'll interject at the end, Mr. Mayor, but that's basically it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper, that puts you next in line alphabetically.
Thank you. Busy month. Nothing sort of out of the ordinary except for some special council meetings, typical Zoom meetings with both the Township of Georgian Bay and the District of Muskoka. But I think it's important to point out that I've spent a lot of time talking to our constituents, and very much the issue is waste management, marina bins, very, very high concern level, and we need a solution to that. We are quite some distance from a solution, it strikes me at the moment. However, we are going to be hopefully discussing something about that later today. And I just want all our councillors to know that at least I'm hearing a great deal about this. Aside from other sort of planning issues that have been more than just a little contentious, which have taken quite a bit of time as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Kutse. Yeah, just like our other councillors, I've attended a couple of the webinars that were available to us, the SSEA and CLA, the Canadian Environmental Law Association. I found it to be extremely interesting on, the water levels of the Great Lakes, the Great Lake Revival, which I really knew not very much about, but was informed on that. It was quite an informative webinar. It also pointed out how important it is for our municipalities in the district and in this area to continue the stewardship program. Although some of the things have fallen off as far as being critical, our attention to that is quite important. It was a really good webinar, I thought. Also attended the webinar for the Planning Committee, and as Councillor Cooper mentioned, lots of contentious things on there. It was interesting to watch how that committee works together. Very, very good committee. A lot of good information comes out. good opinions and some people that really have good credentials to that are informed on the various topics. I had a lot of communication this month with our residents. Again, it's the ongoing issues with the garbage bins. I can concur with Councillor Cooper. This is a township-wide problem. And there's a lot of work to be done. And we just have to keep pushing and start finding solutions, long-term solutions. Primarily what I'm hearing is not only from my own lake, but from the Georgian Bay area is, for the water access residents, the importance of this and how we're going to deal with it. Of course, it applies right across the board for the inland towns as well, but primarily this is something I hope that we all can get in behind and get as much work done as possible. Now, whether that means we're pushing district to give us, some ideas on solutions, or whether we start looking at things from a municipal level. I don't know. But anyway, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Good morning. Activities over the last month included, first of all, a meeting with our CFO and a CAO on a local resident matter, and hopefully some progress is being made there. Many meetings and conversations with constituents, many on controversial matters that continue to plague us. And sadly, I guess I'm not seeing the visibility of my my residents and constituents' concerns being considered as relevant as they certainly keep them in their forefront. Had an opportunity to reach out and connect directly with SSEA, and in that process discovered that, as I perhaps should have known or might have known, that because of our partnership with them, there are significant additional opportunities for us to leverage that relationship, and we'll hopefully be talking about that a little bit later. I too attended that Severn Sound sponsored value of investing in water quality. And I think if we think about some of the contentious issues that we've got and our concerns, our residents' concerns for water quality and the environment, I think that that kind of dovetails well into that one. I too attended the Waste Management Committee. It was very long. But perhaps some progress was being made. I think there's a lot of frustrations on the committee, though. And as with everyone else, I attended the special council meeting, but I will say that took a very extensive amount of time to read the material, understand it, consider it, and then provide comments. So it has been a very busy month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, we had, I think since our last council, we had library board. I was on a nice camping trip. Actually, that picture that's behind me is from the trip up in Massasauga after a very rainy day. It's nice and rewarding to have a bit of sunshine after rain, as we're seeing here today. And then Segway as well, right after our special meeting. A couple of concerns, obviously, library. The issue is the Honey Harbor Library, and it's ongoing. Working with our Director of Sustainability and through her with a school board, contractors who don't seem to know what they're doing, and a library director that is very keen on getting things going and sometimes tends to jump the gun, which is great from the standpoint of the amount of enthusiasm, but tends to get things a little mucked up at times. It's been rather interesting watching this play out, but over and all, it's been very, very frustrating getting that library in Honey Harbor operating one way or the other. And again, that's just because there's so many different channels we got to work through to do that. Segway, those guys seemed, and it's been up and down. The Segway people that were on the call, the people in the real estate business have been very, very extremely busy this year, significantly busier than they anticipated, but even busier than they would be in a normal year. That obviously fits right in with the fact that people are moving away from the city to avoid the COVID situation and are able to work from remote locations. Again, another big push, obviously, for better broadband would be part of that. Anyway, those are good meetings. I've been keeping well abreast of what's going on with waste management, with Brandy's Cove, with things ongoing as the discussions have played out via email and information coming in from different residents and constituents, which is all good. This time of year, of course, up here on the Bay, there aren't quite as many people around. I think Councillor Cooper will attest to that, as will Councillor Hazelton. It's a little quieter at night. Looking forward to seeing Mars on the horizon this evening without much light pollution. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko.
Gee, I thought K comes before W. But anyway, September the 29th and October the 2nd, I attended the Waste Management Committee meetings. I think we are getting somewhere. We've narrowed down our work to concentrate on the bins at the various marinas, and that's good. Also got a lot of emails from Go Home Lake residents concerned about their removal of bins, and now that we've agreed to looking at a waste depot site, that would solve a lot of their concerns. On October the 3rd, I attended the Baxter Snow Riders AGM. That was an in-person meeting, and there was only 12 of us, and we all sat 6 feet apart wearing masks for that one. I was on the webinar with SSEA and the water quality issue on Georgian Bay, and that was quite a good seminar. Quite a few emails from Oak Bay concerning the marina construction going over there and the concerns on the road. And I too have been working on the White Falls Road situation and their camping off at 6 Mile Dam, and I've continued to get confirmation from the district that it's their responsibility to put in the guardrail, and it will be done hopefully before next season. And that's about it.
All right, thank you. I've also had a very busy month. September 18th, Committee of Adjustment. September 21st, there was an ice cap meeting, then a couple of district meetings, finance and council. September 22nd, a land trust board meeting. September 26th was Walking for Wilderness. That was the land trust hike on Bosley Island, organized by my daughter. Little plug there, but it was a great success. There was maybe 24 of us, including the guides, and we broke up in a couple of groups, and we all wore masks. And had a nice walk along the southern portion, the southern half of the island. So and they well exceeded their $10,000 goal as a fundraiser. On the 28th, I was in downtown Honey Harbor meeting with a local landowner about ideas about further development in the area. And then I had my picture taken in a fire truck. And of course, for some strange reason, our communications department picked the silliest picture to promote with me, but there you go. On the 29th, the Waste Management meeting and Waste Management Committee meeting. I found that very interesting, a little frustrating at times because we seem to be taking a lot of time to get only part of the way down the road. But what I'm getting out of it is basically the great majority of our constituents don't want significant change. They want what they have now, just at a higher standard. In other words, meeting the standards that the province are setting, but not. There were relatively little out of the box ideas that came up that gained broad support. October 2nd, I was over at Oak Bay and meeting with Romus and Jerry, two of the owners there, to talk about their side of the frustrations that are going on at Oak Bay. October 3rd, Biosphere Reserve had their brouhaha, mostly electronic, and so it was quite enjoyable to sit at home sipping some beer and being well entertained. October 5th, Special Council, as you all know. October 7th was the SSEA webinar, and I had a Lions meeting in the evening, and October 8th was another waste management meeting. And then just this morning, just that I had to cut off early, was a webinar with our MP Scott Aitchison and our MPP Norm Miller, meeting with some representatives of the business community in the district and their various concerns. And so that was quite interesting to listen in. And the only input I got to make was a geographical correction. Somebody was complaining about something in the district that actually was not in the district. I too, just like all of you, have received an abundance of correspondence, a lot of it around the waste management situation. And I think that there's no question that our constituents are looking at us as representatives of the township to make sure that everybody's wishes and needs are well communicated with the district and the province. And numerous other matters that come up, individuals with various issues that you try to resolve. And I will say that I'm quite impressed with when I present something to staff, how quickly they're able to respond, not always to the satisfaction of the resident, but I've been quite impressed with how well how responsive they have been. So I'm quite pleased about it. I think we have a very good collection of staff members who are keen on serving our constituents, and I think that's very important, and we should appreciate that. And speaking of staff, let's go to our most senior staff member, our CAO, Ms. Gunby, for her report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a pretty brief one. So I did advise council 2 weeks ago that while we were open for appointments only, because of the second wave from Dr. Gardner stating that it was in fact the second wave in Simcoe, Muskoka, we did close for appointments, but that seems to be fine. We didn't have a lot of appointments in the first place, and I have not heard any negative comments other than maybe some social media keyboard warriors, but that's about it. I'm still taking part in weekly meetings with district CAOs, provincial ministries, and the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit regarding COVID, and getting a lot of information about that. We have recently welcomed Cassandra Brissett. She is our full-time building and septic technician. And staff are doing interviews for the planning enforcement officer in a couple of weeks. And in November, you will be seeing a report about the RFP results for the environmental consultant. And that's all I have for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next on our agenda are staff reports. If everybody's prepared to go on a little further before we take a break, I'm going to say yes because I'm not seeing a response. So, Financial Services Report 2020-22, Information Technology Strategic Planning. Ms. Boutsiet, I believe that is the report you will be presenting.
Absolutely, thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yes, so this is just an update 3 where we've concluded most of the work for 2020. We've presented a few progress reports to date this year. So this one is really wrapping up the $604,000 modernization funding we received in 2019. And it shows the allocation for this year and for the future years, and how we will, in order to support this in the future after the 2025 year, we will see, because of modernization, that the costs will be borne by the municipality at a sum of about $60,000 over what we had in prior years.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Boutsiet with regards to this report? I'm just going to confirm with you. You're basically saying that with all the work we're doing, all the modernization, we'll end up eventually with an additional cost of maybe $60,000 a year.
That's
or,
correct.
Or the equivalent of one junior staff member, in effect, all in.
Yeah, and equivalent to also about 1% of our current taxation revenues.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Without seeing any hands go up, I have a motion moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council receives the progress report number 3 on information technology strategic plan for information only. And the council understands that modernization has long-term impacts on the IT costs of the corporation. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there, fine. Okay, so now it's unanimous. Okay. Next report, Financial Services 2020-24 on the draft budget. Ms. Boudiette, the screen remains yours.
Thank you, and through your worship. So this is the first time that council is presented with our 2021 operational budget. If I bring your attention to attachment 1 on the very first page, we are mandated to pass a balanced budget. Currently, we are short about $209,000 to attain that draft budget. Again, it includes transfers from the working fund reserve and a line by line analysis by staff to cut out anything that we could see that was possibly a little inflated. So all that has been removed. So we're asking for further direction here on items that council may have noted. This was a very detailed analysis with commentaries on why there were significant changes. So hoping that between the time of the issuance of the agenda and now, and if not now, then suggestions will be taken. This is not the final draft. This is draft number 1. There will also be draft number 2 and then final passing hopefully in December. So if there's anything that you guys noted or have any questions between now and then, I'd be happy to take them via email preferably. So the resolution is worded in terms of where we've identified that there could be potential more cuts, but it would be at the discretion of council where they would like those to happen. So I'm willing to take any questions you may have at this time.
Before I see hands go up, further on somewhere here, and I've forgotten where I saw it, the current year, your projections for how it will end at the end of the year. I mean, obviously revenues have changed and expenses have changed because of the COVID situation, but can you just, in light of this, tell us how you think the current year will end and how that compares to that 200,000 shortfall you see for next year?
Yeah, that's a great question, and maybe possibly the next report in 9D could have preceded this one. So in 9D, we've got a COVID report coming, which actually identifies where we're going to fall. So currently, without any additional initiatives, we should fall straight at 0 with the COVID funding that we received. So no carry forward into 21 of that COVID funding. It'll just make up for the gap of 2020.
Thank you. Still see no more hands. I will do the next one then. You know, you're suggesting reduce council endeavors fund. I think that was 100. So that's easy. Reduce external organization funding. That's a little more touchy from a political point of view. But I'm also conscious of the fact that, and this is always a challenge, I think, when you put together budgets, is the unforeseen. You know, with some recent council decisions, we know our legal bill is going to go up this year. we don't know next year how many of our decisions will be challenged and how much, what our legal bill will be. And as careful as we can be about planning, you still don't know how the outcome will be. And so I find myself not being perhaps as concerned as some might be, because we know that next year will bring surprises, both good and bad. Hopefully not at the scale that we had this year with the COVID surprise. Councilor Rienko, thank you for stopping me from talking.
Just to help me out here, is there a list of options that we can review at some point? All I got here is tables. Is there a list of options that we can discuss about either approving or cutting that can get us back into a budget? And the second question is, if I read this right, on the first table, you're talking about a tax increase of 1.85%.
Sorry,
I guess that's too.
I'm just pulling up my table, so. So a 1% revenue increase equals approximately $60,000. So if we want to cover the whole 209 with tax increase, that would be a 3.48% tax general levy increase.
But how much of that might be covered by growth?
So that's a very good question. So MPAC didn't do what we were anticipating in 2020, where we were anticipating a new reassessment for 2021 based on January 1st, 2020. Because of COVID, that didn't happen. So we are still operating on January 1st, 2016 assessment values for 2021. And therefore, also due to COVID, we don't anticipate a lot of growth for the 2021 year. Again, because of COVID and everything that was halted or stalled in relation to building permits and stuff like that. So insignificant.
Councilor Rienko, followed by Councilor Cooper.
I don't think I got an answer to either of my questions. Let's go back up here. On the first table, on the first line, it says taxation. And you talk about a budget variance of 1.85. Is that what you're suggesting for a tax increase in this version of draft one?
So through your worship, no, that you guys had mandated a 0% increase on the general levy. And that's what I drafted this with that guideline. So no, that 1.85 is actually, if you go back to the report on page 3 of 4, we're talking about reallocating the capital levy in line with our asset management plan, which is also part of the strategic direction that you were discussing at the beginning of this meeting. So what we'd be doing is actually restating our capital levy to align with actually our capital contribution from tax levy.
I'm not sure we got that report, because at least in my agenda, all I had was 5 pages of schedules, but I had no a report in front of it.
That's what I was looking for, the report. There's no report. And so that's why I asked you, what was your list of potential cuts?
Yeah.
Or so something for us to review. So I don't think we got the report.
Certainly in the agenda that I copied, we got the 5 pages of schedules, which but I didn't see the report that went before that. Ms. Gunby, it looks like you want to speak.
Yes, so as far as I know, the agenda was published twice, so you would have received 2 notifications about the agenda. So the later one, which I think was just a few minutes later, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, has the report on it. I'm looking at it right now. So if you go into File Pro and select Agendas 2020 Council, you will be able to see the report.
I was sure I clicked on the second one when that came out.
I will email everyone the link right now.
It's kind of late to talk about it now because we haven't got time to look at the report.
But the other alternative is to provide everybody a quick break. But in the meantime, Councillor Cooper, you also had a question.
Well, yes, I'd certainly like to see the list, but I just wanted to comment that it looks like, based on the numbers I'm seeing here, that if we wanted to, for example, be within line of, let's say, 2%, that we'd probably need to find about $90,000. Is that correct, Julie?
Yeah, that's correct. If we would like to be in line with a 2% general levy increase.
So if we get this list, then we can review some of it and in due course and perhaps find $90,000, and we might be in a better position. Thank you.
Unmute myself. Here's what I'm going to suggest, given it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we take a 10-minute bio break? And in the same time, while you're bio breaking, you can read this report that presumably is part of the agenda link that was just sent to us. And then we'll continue discussion on this after our break.
If I could just clarify, Your Worship, there's no actual list in the report.
Oh,
Just in case you now look at the report and you're like, well, where's this list? There's no actual list.
okay. So, Council, I mean, I'm not quite sure how we're going to give guidance to Ms. Boutiette as to what to cut. I mean, she's obviously suggested council endeavors. Councillor Douglas, I think I see your hand up in the shade.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Is there some way we can be provided with a list that we can look at that maybe would help us come to some conclusions on where we could cut?
Through you, Your Worship, if I may. So if you're looking at the 5-page attachment 1, which is the 5 schedules, really the column that says budget variance in dollars or budget variance in percentage is really, and I've provided treasurer's comments as well. So really any amount that varies significantly from prior year would be where I would start the discussions on having that list. And I could pretty much summarize it into, we're pretty slim on the differences between this year and last year. So except for those 2 big pieces, which are council endeavors and funding to organizations, and also another amount in environmental consultation, which I wouldn't suggest touching because we know we will need those funds for things like Mayor, you mentioned of, getting advice on planning matters that are environmentally related.
Just supplement to that, Julie, thank you for that information. So just from those comments, I'm taking it that we maybe could get a list of council's endeavors and fundings for organizations. Can we find that somewhere, or?
Yes, that was provided at last meeting, and I could definitely during our break share the link for you guys to pull up that resolution quickly. So this is the list where you guys approved yea or nay and what amount at the last meeting. I could definitely send you via email the link to that resolution as well.
That'd be great. Thank you for that, Julie.
And the council endeavor part is really just a straightforward amount of 100,000. That was also part of that resolution.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just going back to what our mayor has suggested, and Julie, what you just hit on is the council endeavors takes out not quite 2% impact, would that in and of itself be almost enough to take care of things for us, or am I missing the point here? I'm looking at additional requests, and I know what most of them are. The bulk of that, I presume, is going to be SSEA. I've got that right, correct?
SSEA has not a big variance from prior year.
Okay.
So
So that additional is the variance amount. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then, so going back to my first question about council endeavors, if we took that out, how much closer do we get to where we need to be if we remove council endeavors?
So 100. So like I mentioned, the council endeavors is a lump sum of 100,000. So in my opinion, cutting that by 50% would get us pretty close. And then our additional council request for organizations, an additional 170, So we could re-review that list and we could get pretty close with both of those things.
Thank you.
Councillor Bochuk.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. And let me preface this by saying I can't even balance my own checkbook, let alone deal in this. And we have councillors here that have financial background, so I rely on them. However, I did have a very lengthy conversation with Councillor Jarvis about cost-cutting measures and what my constituents feel could be a waste of their money. And that's just coming from the permanent residents. And they would like to see all the funding, recreational funding for regattas and things like that to the cottage associations nullified. They feel that they pay taxes and their money is going to residents that have a second home and can well afford to support their recreational endeavors on their own. They don't think there's a need for us to fund them with taxpayer dollars. And in my conversations with Councillor Jarvis, I thought the only one that was worth protecting would be the docks at the Freddie Channel at the church, the Cog Machine Community Church, the funding for the dock rebuilding there. But as far as the money's going out to cottage associations to support their fireworks or regattas or swim lessons or whatever, I think that's an area we can look at to cut back on in times when things aren't so lush and plush with funding. That should be one of the first areas we look at. And I don't even know, I'm not even sure if that's feasible or if I'm even talking way out of school here, but that's the feeling of a lot of the constituents in my area. And I have to rely on somebody else to let me know if that's feasible or an idea that's entertainable. Thank you.
Ms. Gunby.
Thank you, Your Worship. If council still wanted to take a break, I have just emailed you the report from last month that we discussed in length, and also the resolution that was passed at the council meeting for your, just to refresh your memory before we move ahead with this report, which I've also emailed you.
Okay, I'm going to once again propose that we take a break. Let's reconvene. It's now 11:09. Let's reconvene at 11:20, and having looked at those reports, and then hopefully we can come up with the 200,000 savings for the next draft. And of course, a reminder that none of this is cast in stone. But I think what Ms. Boutiette would appreciate is a bit of guidance as to what we value more and what we value a little less. So let's get back together in 11 minutes. Thank you. It's 11:21, folks.
Friendly reminder, we are still streaming.
Peter, can you hear me?
Once I unmute, I can tell you, yes, I can.
Okay, it says that I cannot get on. I need to be logged in by our clerk, I guess.
Should be able to now. Apologies.
There I am. Thank you.
Council, I would like to make a suggestion in regard to this item. Ms. Boutiette has presented a budget in which he says we're out of balance by about 200,000, a little over 200,000. And clearly we can cut that in half by simply taking the council endeavors fund, which was my idea, of 100,000, and just say, we'll make that zero. Now we've gone halfway. And then I think let's leave it up to staff to make a list of suggestions for next month as to how we'd find the other half. I'm concerned that if we start going through all the lists now and spend the next hour bickering back and forth, and I'm sorry for using that word, but it could get to that level, we're just going to waste everybody's time. Whereas I think the staff would be able to give us a listing of suggestions from which to work. Councillor Yanko, I saw your hand, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Well, are you still assuming that we're going to have, or we're going for a budget increase of 0? Because if you go for a budget increase of 2%, we're already there. So I'd rather support a 2% budget increase than 0, if that's what it takes.
Okay, Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to look at it slightly differently, Peter, if you don't mind, and that is that I think we should consider the recommendations in that 100,000 as part of our total examination. But I'm not sure that we're quite ready for that. We need sort of a list of recommendations from staff, which would include, yes, we need to look at a long list, but not right now. I just don't think we're prepared for that. Well, that's my suggestion.
Okay, okay. Why don't we leave it now that we will receive this report and ask staff to come up with a list of suggestions to reduce the $200,000. And then in November, we can look at that list. And as Councillor Wienko suggested, we may decide that we'd rather put an increase in of 2%, or we might go halfway and put an increase of 1%, or who knows what it'll end up being. But I think it would be very useful, Ms. Boutiette, to have that list of suggestions, and then, and of course, include the suggestions that Councillor Bochek has already made, and but just review everything and say, okay, maybe we can cut back here or there, and then council will get to make the decision of where we think we'll feel the pinch the least. Councillor Cooper.
And I think that's fine. I guess all I'm really saying is that if we get that list in advance of our next sort of public discussion, perhaps in advance of that, some of us will be reviewing that list and making recommendations to staff as to where we think there might be opportunities. So we could get some of the homework done in between. Thank you.
Sounds good. Ms. Boutiette.
Through your worship, I would be willing and able to put that list in the council portion of the agenda portal or the council portal, just with confirmation that everybody knows where to access those documents that I've already put quite a few in there.
Mm. Okay, thank you. I see Councilor Jarvis and Councilor Bocheck. Councilor Jarvis.
I was just going to ask Julie if she was comfortable with the proposal as is being discussed. It sounds like she's okay with that. That's I'm like Councilor Bocheck on this. I'm deer in the headlights. But I'm very happy to go over the requests that have come through and make sure we've got everything in line. And if Julie's happy with what you're proposing, then I'm happy as well. Thank you.
Councilor Bocheck.
Oh, I am unmuted. Okay. Just further, and I know we're going to have this discussion next month, but my concern with having any tax increases, we don't know what the district is going to be this year. I have a feeling it's going to be extraordinarily high because of the increase in some of their costs, especially to do with waste management, OPP, infrastructure, et cetera. So if we're looking at doing cuts to maintain our portion of the tax increase to zero, I'm very in support of that, or a hybrid formula where, you know, we can come up with some savings and have as little increase as possible. But until we hear from the district and the province, I don't want to be presenting our constituents with a 8% tax increase, and we really don't know right now. So I'll leave at that, and we'll get back to this next month.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko.
Just for Councilor Bocheck's information, all the costs overrides for the waste management at the districts is going to be covered by the province. So there won't be any extra costs associated with that. And I think the district usually comes in around 2%, and I don't think that's going to change this year. So I wouldn't indicate that the district is coming in with a high number this next year. It's going to be very similar. And if their education is zero, then we're probably looking at it less than 2 or 3% increase at the district.
So Ms. Way has informed me that she has drafted a modified resolution for our consideration. Ms. Way, you're going to share that with us?
Can you see it?
Not yet. Oh, there it is. Be it resolved, the council receives the 2021 budget draft number 1 report, and that staff be directed to produce a list of suggested reductions of items and amounts for council's consideration for the 2021 draft budget. This will be moved by Councilor Bocheck and seconded by Councilor Jarvis, as we had them listed for the original.
Correct.
Okay, I'd say any discussion, but I can't. How do I get back to seeing everybody here? Councilor Jarvis.
Can we have something in there to the effect that it will come back to us at our November meeting? Or is that necessary?
I didn't include that because the discussion was that Julie provides it in advance of, so I didn't want to put a specific time frame. I can. But if I say it comes back in November, then she doesn't necessarily have to give it to you in the interim.
And knowing Ms. Booth yet, she won't dawdle on this one. Councilor Yanko.
Just make sure, Julie, that as soon as you put it on the portal, send us an email so we can look at it right away, because I don't look at the portal all that much.
Okay. Do we need to see it again, or can I just ask all in favor? All those in favor? All right, so that is carried. Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Boutier, you get to entertain us even more, this time with insurance. And unfortunately with some bad news.
Through your worship, yes. I had a hunch through our treasurer's meeting that we were going to see a huge insurance increase for our renewal period. Other treasurers are reporting between 20 and 40%. We did get our proposal, and we are seeing a 16% insurance increase. funny, we just had our budget discussions. These are the kind of costs where we're seeing an increase, and it's very difficult not to pass along those increases to the taxpayer. As much as we do try to limit the amount of costs that are included in our budget. I've also included in this report why we didn't go to market. It's a very hard market right now. I could have provided a delegation from the insurance company, but I think we hear it over and over again. It's not the first year we're in a hard market. I think we've been in a hard market for quite a few years. Based on my experience and my peers who have gone out to market in the last 3 years, it hasn't been good news. Most of the time they come back with a proposal that's even more than direct negotiation with the insurer. There are very few insurance companies that insure municipalities because we are part of that liability group who are always involved. So a normal corporation, they're not involved in a liability suit until they sell a product or a good. We are involved in a potential liability suit from the moment people wake up in the morning. They touch our roads, they touch our sidewalks, they touch our parks and rec. So we are a very specific liability group, and I tried to capture that in the report of why we did not go to market and why I don't suggest that we go to the market every year. I think it's good that we do. I suggest that we wait till 2022 to go to market, see how all this COVID stuff pans out. I think 2021 is going to be a bad year to go to market, and we may be faced with even worse news than direct negotiation. So this is the report for this year's renewal, and also a copy of the renewal documents, which is available for council's review, which also has, I've heard quite often that you guys don't know what you guys are insured for. All that is also included in the attached policy.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate all that. Councillor Bochek.
Just so I can understand this a little better, Julie, is this a municipal-wide increase in insurability, or is it specific to the township of Georgian Bay? You weren't very clear on that. And I have a supplemental question after you answer.
So the general market is seeing an increase of 20 to 40%. The Georgian Bay impact is 16% for the period that starts September 30th, 2020 to September 29th, 2021.
Okay, so this is a province-wide municipal issue. Insurances are going up across the board. Ours is 16%, and you say the average is higher than that. And the reason for my question was I wanted to derive at, where are claims coming from? Are they from planning issues where we're being sued due to planning issues, or are they tripping and falling in the Port Severn Park? But if it's a broad increase in rates across the board, then I really don't need for you. It sounds like we've done a good job if we're only at 16%, as opposed to the rest of the municipalities that are 40, 45, whatever. So I'll leave it at that. I just was curious at why we were going up. And thank you.
I do know that one of the issues faced by many municipalities is this, and I've forgotten the exact technical term, but I'll call it sort of co-insurance, where people will sue 3 or 4 parties and they'll win the case and get $1 million. And when it turns out 3 out of the 4 parties don't have the money, or they've declared bankruptcy because the lawsuit's coming, guess who gets to pay? The municipality, and they have to pay 100%. And there's been numerous proposals in front of the province to change the legislation that municipal liability has limitations, that we're not required to cover somebody else's share. And there have been cases where the municipality is found to be 2% guilty and paid 98% of the costs, for instance. So that's one of the issues that right now that we face. Councillor Cooper.
Or not guilty at all and bear the costs, which has been in our history.
So thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and I concur with what you're talking about, which is sort of the deep in insurance talk, it's called the deep pockets theory. And we are the deep pocket they dip into. But I wanted to compliment Julie on her report, and I really support not only the fact that, or I'm delighted to see that our costs are being kept lower than others, but I also believe that your approach is very sophisticated in terms of an insurance purchaser. I think it's very important not to shop your insurance every year. You'll probably be more successful, generally speaking, if you have a good carrier, to not be shopping every year, maybe every 2 or 3 years, but not every year for sure. So really good strategies on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the resolution in front of me, moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. How appropriate, because they were the last two who spoke. Be it resolved that Council receive the Insurance Policy Renewal 2020-2021 report, and the Council acknowledges that the 2020-2021 renewal was signed by the Mayor and Clerk in order to ensure continued coverage, and the Council agrees that insurance coverage should not be going to market every year because it's not cost effective to do so. All those in favor? All right, and I'm going to say that was unanimous. Ms. Budget, you're not done yet. One more. COVID-19 financial status update of October 2020 and possible application to Safe Restart Program Phase 2.
Thank
Go
you, Mayor Coutier. So Phase 2 funding was announced. I attended a webinar on the how-tos of how to apply for Phase 2. This grant application is very different than most. They are not looking for specific COVID-related expenditures. They're actually looking at your overall budget versus actual. So in order to prepare this report and to come up with the resolution that the motion that is put forward in front of you guys today, I had to do a full forecast of Q4 and where we're going to land at year end. So there were a lot of costs that were COVID related and a lot of savings that were COVID related, but also other savings that were not COVID related. So if you go to page 3 of the report, we have lost revenues of $712,000. We have additional expenditures of $131,000. So those are direct COVID related expenditures, and then less COVID related direct savings. So of 201. So total direct COVID impact on our 2020 budget is 642. Out of that, we have been promised and will be receiving $349,400 of COVID-related Phase 1 funding, leaving us at a shortage of about $300,000. We have, from a forecast that I've prepared, about $361 of un-COVID-related savings. So these are unspent legal fees, consulting fees, unspent for other reasons other than COVID. So where we expect to land at December 31st, 2020, if we don't take on any new initiatives, would be a surplus of about $68,000. And I'm going to say that that is very small, that we should not be considering that in our 2021 budget preparation. What I usually propose would be that that amount would roll forward into our working fund reserve, and then we could use it during the year or future years if any endeavors come up that we would need that money. Long story short, I think we should be moving forward with a Phase 2 application. And what I'm proposing is that, so the forecast, the Q4 forecast right now does not include certain items that we could include if council directs us to do so. We believe that we could probably get So the province is really looking forward to see how we've improved the way we do business during this COVID time. And we're on the verge of having a report come to us with a modernization of online services from the Perry Group, who were hired to do a study. We're pretty sure that the results of that study will be between $300,000 and $500,000 of improvements to get us online and at par with what other municipalities are doing on the base of online services. So council could direct staff to include $300,000 in our Q4 forecast in order to trigger a deficit so that we would be eligible for phase 2. So really that's what's on the table today. So if we don't include those numbers, and I also have another smaller piece, which is another $25,000 for a revenue sustainability study. So what that would be, and the report details it a little bit more, would be how do we generate other revenue sources beyond taxation so that we could be a little bit more stable when something like COVID happens or any other anomaly in the future. So if council does not direct us to add these two sums into the Q4 forecast, we should not be applying for phase 2 monies because we will be landing in a surplus.
I think I want you to apply for that funding so you can get me a computer where the mouse actually works. Sorry for the delay. And that was a smart remark. Don't anybody take it too seriously. To me, you're making a recommendation that I don't think should require a lot of debate, but I know that I have a council who may want to debate it. So I'm looking for hands to come on up. Councilor Rienko.
Well, if we do apply, how much is going to be applying for in phase 2?
So based on this, they're looking for budget versus actual. So I think we'll be able to go get, if we put in our Q4 forecast, the $300,000 for modernization and the $25,000 for this revenue sustainability report, if granted, and they tell us through this webinar that we'll know if granted or not by the end of December 2021. December 2020. So if granted, we should be able to get a piece of the pie. And I believe the pie for phase 2 is, did I put that in the report? It's like $6 million or something like that. So, and I'm not sure how many municipalities will actually apply for phase 2. So I'm thinking we could probably go get $250,000.
Okay, so if we do get any money, couldn't that go towards a budget for 2021? If we're looking for $100,000 to cut and we get $100 and some thousand for phase 2, doesn't that take away no? No,
so they're actually looking for 2020 budget versus actual. So what I'm proposing here is that we add these additional initiatives to be done in 2020, which would be actually still landing us at nil for year-end 2020. So we'd have to do these other initiatives in 2020 to bring us to pretty much to zero. So they're not trying to fund future budgets. They're really trying to see what we're doing or have done or planning to do in 2020 because of COVID. How did we improve because of COVID?
So if I understand this correctly, you want us to take a $300,000 gamble?
Not really, because I think when we get the response, if we put all our ducks in a row, we'll be able to push the go button fairly quickly. And if we don't get the go button, we'll just be lined up to be able to bring these items forward in future years as modernization funding comes forward. And I think there will be more phases of modernization funding as well. I just think that right now we could jump on this opportunity to expedite the recommendation from the modernization report that will be coming to council shortly.
But no, please clarify again for me, and I will go with the other councillors shortly, but are you expecting to spend the 300,000 in the last quarter, or are you going to be making commitments of 300,000 but won't be spent until 2021? Like I'm concerned is we say we're going to spend 300 and phase 2 funding comes in at 0. Are you pushing a 300 in the hole that we didn't need to go down?
No, I would not even commit to those. I would just line up all the initiatives so that they're ready to press the go button or to commit at that time when we do get a response. I would not do either spend nor commit the funds until we get an answer from this phase 2 funding.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm feeling better already. Okay, I think I saw another. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Well, thanks for asking that question, Mr. Mayor, because that was basically what I was looking at, because it's the opposite of what we do in business. Normally, we try to defer things to the next year, but I see your reasoning behind this right now. My question is, and it may be off topic, and if it is, just shut me down, please. Is there any funding available in the small business world? We have funding available where if our revenues have lowered by more than 70%, there's grant money and loans that are given to small business. Being the fact that this township has lost an absolute ton of revenue because of COVID, and when I say that, I'll justify it a little bit. We took our metered parking off of Port Severn Park, which creates tremendous revenues during the summer months. That is a capital loss. There was another big one. The fact that Impact do their reassessment in 2020, and we're working off the figures and taxation from 2016, and everybody knows we have a minimum of a 20% increase in appraisal values on homes. We have probably lost perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue because we didn't get the impact valuation, hence we don't get the increased revenues through taxes. So I'm just wondering if there's a program we can look at losses that we've incurred due to COVID, and is there any funding available to subsidize those losses? I guess quick and simple. And if it's a ridiculous question, just tell me that.
Through your worship, if I may, like page 3 of the report states, you're absolutely correct. We have foregone $712,000 of revenues because of COVID. Unfortunately, the funding for municipalities is brought together through this COVID Safe Restart Agreement, or Safe Restart Fund, which has a phase 1, which was formula based. We've got our commitment and we'll be receiving those funds shortly. And then phase 2 is an application based. So really they're not looking for specifics. They're looking for overall, how are we doing actuals to quarter 3 plus our quarter 4 forecast, and where we're going to land versus our budget, which drives our taxes. So in relation to the revenue, we projected getting, where are we going to land? That analysis has all been done. So without any new initiatives, we wouldn't even be eligible for phase 2. So.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis.
I'll unmute myself. Thank you very much. That answers my question. Thank you.
Julie, you're talking about applying for 300,000, yet in your comments here in your report, you indicate 300 to 500,000 to implement. Would it not be better to go a little bit higher than a little bit lower on that request to start with? And 2, apropos of that, if for instance we made the application, I'll say for $500,000 as opposed to 300,000, and the amount we spent came in at less than that, say came in at 400, there's a surplus obviously of 100,000. Would that be going back to the provincial government, or what would happen with that?
They weren't very clear on the details, same as they weren't very clear on how they will allocate. I believe so. I think if you're not spending it, it'll return to the pot for possibly a phase 3, but that's just my my thoughts. I don't have anything formal to back that up.
So why don't we apply for something a little bit larger than the 300 you've just suggested verbally, and look at your report and look at maybe a number either between 3 and 5 or at 5, as opposed to. I understand where you're coming from, considering our budget, we're pretty much neutral with the funding we got this year for 2020. But I'd rather we have a little bit extra at the end of this as opposed to not having quite enough.
Through your worship, that's entirely up to council if you want to change that number to the upwards.
Councillor Douglas.
Just based on what Councillor Jarvis was just mentioning, I think if we can up it and have that opportunity to send back what we don't use, it's not a bad idea. We have it there to spend or not. So I would concur with Councillor Jarvis on that one. If we could up it, it just gives us a little bit more flexibility, as long as it's not putting us in a position financially where we don't need to be. I guess if the money is going to go back, and that's probably what they're going to be asking for. I'd agree with that.
Councillor Cooper.
The only question I have, Julie, is if we do that, do we in the future endure some sort of credibility with the funder by having over requested, as it were?
Not usually. Most granting agencies understand that things change, and sometimes you might apply for a grant and your RFP comes in double the cost and you can't do it at all because you don't have the other part, or sometimes your RFP comes in and you're under the cost, and then you talk to the grantor and you know, when we apply, the procurement policy says that we're not going to get a quote or formal quote until we have an intent to purchase. So when we do apply for grants, it's pretty clear to the grantors that we're using our best guess with, you know, sometimes expert advice from engineers or so on. In this case, expert advice from the consulting company. But they understand that we can't always be accurate, whether on the upside or the lower side.
Okay, I'll read the motion. It's a lengthy one as it currently exists. Moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas Council of the Corporation of the Township of Georgian Bay understands their responsibility to assess the current financial situation and proceed with an application under Phase 2 only if further assistance is needed to address COVID-19 pressures in 2020. And whereas the gap arising from COVID-19 financial pressures up to Q3 have been covered by the actions taken by Council and staff to find deficiencies, as well as the Safe Restart Program Phase 1 funding. Now therefore be it resolved that Council received status update COVID-19 report, and that Council endorses a Phase 2 application based on Q4 forecast additional requirements. And the Council directs staff to include in the Q4 forecast $300,000 for modernization initiatives based on recommendations from the Modernization of Online Services report. And the Council directs staff to include in Q4 forecast $25,000 for a revenue sustainability study. And the Council authorizes the CEO and the Director of Finance, with consultation with the senior management team, to expedite the two initiatives above should the township be successful in obtaining at least $200,000 in the Phase 2 application of the Safe Restart Program Municipal Operating Funding Stream. And the Council authorizes market research and negotiation as a means of sole sourcing in order to expedite these two initiatives. Councillor Jarvis.
Again, I'll reiterate, in the background information, Julie mentions that that amount of money, that 300,000, could be higher. So why don't we change our request to a higher number, or change our motion to a higher number to give Julie and our finance department the latitude to, have more money to spend if that's what is truly needed.
Ms. Boutiette, is 400,000 feasible, possible?
Yes, and really, we'd have to change two numbers there. We'd probably want to bump up the amount in the before last MNAT of 200,000 to 300,000 if we're going to bump up the other amount by 100,000.
Well, if we do the same ratio, we bump it to 450 and it gas for 300. Then it's 2/3 of the, in other words, we want 2/3 of it funded by phase 2. So I'm not going to reread the whole motion, but we're now replacing the 300 with 450,000 and obtaining at least 300, not 200, at least 300,000 in phase 2. Councillor Bocek.
Julie, I understand what Councillor Jarvis is saying, but is there some sort of responsibility on SHIP to prove where this money is being spent? I noticed in your report it said safe return. That's pretty critical, being that the funding is for COVID-19. Safe return to me means, purchasing of PPE equipment for our fire department, safety measures, that kind of. Is there an accountability by the township to prove where this money is spent? And some will qualify, some will not qualify, and we could be responsible for returning a lot of that funding. Or am I kind of on the right track there?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So I reiterate that this money is for the Safe Restart Agreement, and it's not necessarily return to work. So Safe Restart lines up really well with the modernization study that we did, which means we're going to move to online services. So online services means we could restart without necessarily having to transact in person. And this is where we're going to prove to the province that we, as a smaller municipality, we're going to bring the township to be able to compare with the same online services that maybe bigger centers can do. And we need the infrastructure, which means IT infrastructure, to be able to provide those services. Because you could have the nicest frontline website that you want, but if it doesn't integrate properly with all your back end systems, you're getting nowhere fast. You're going to need to double the staff to be able to do the manual input between the systems. So we will have to show the province what we've done with the money. And the point is to move to online services in line with that modernization report.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Julie, just based on what you're saying, I think we all know how expensive upgrading the infrastructure for electronic services is. And I would think that, getting a higher amount, even more than what we're asking for, would get chewed up fairly quickly with exactly what you're talking about to actually implement that properly. So I would be in favor of even upping it further if you feel that infrastructure is going to take a substantial amount to achieve what you're talking about. And I think it's a great idea, personally. Yeah, because I don't think this is going away any day soon. So yeah, thank you for that information.
Through your worship, if I may, I think 450 would be reasonable to get us very far ahead from where we are today. You'll see in the modernization report when it comes forward that we've got huge gaps, less now in our foundation of IT infrastructure, but more in the software. So there's 3 steps to modernization. One is the foundation, which is your core base IT infrastructure. Secondly is your softwares, and thirdly is your online forward-facing stuff. We are in a very good position now when it comes to the foundation with all of the upgrades we've done this year. So we'll need to touch those two other upper components with this funding. And I think with the 450 would be a very reasonable grounds to get done quickly what we need, and being reasonable with being able to get it done in the time frame.
Supplementary to that, if I could, Mayor Coetzee, the amount that was spent on the first year that you just referred to and the upgrades done this year, would that be a possibility to include that in when reporting back to what the money was spent on, what has already been spent this year?
So the modernization fund monies that we received in 2019 were just reported on in the 9A of this meeting, and it's committed for the next 5 years to come till 2025. But some of those hard pieces like laptops were definitely included in the additional expenditures for the COVID reporting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council, pretend I've read the whole, oh, sorry, Council Hazelton.
Thank you. I would just like to echo Councillor Jarvis's recommendation for asking for more. I would also like to reinforce what our CFO Julie has suggested, that we really need to continue this modernization of online services. The forward-facing, public-facing elements of it are desperately needed for us to come into the real world. And so the faster we can get there, the better. And I thoroughly support attempting to get there as fast as possible. Thank you.
Okay. In other words, you won't argue with what I'm saying. I'm not going to reread the entire motion, but I'm substituting 450,000 in where there was 300 last time, and 300,000 in where there was 200. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I got that unanimously. Thank you. Okay. I believe, Ms. Boutiette, you've done your bit, and now Ms. Gunby, our CAO, you're, I believe, presenting staff report E, CAO 2020-09.
Correct. Thank you, Your Worship. This is to request an executive assistant for the CAO and also for the clerk. And I'm thinking now that this may have gone before the budget report, but I guess it doesn't really matter. If you vote this down, then there's a big chunk right there already. So this is because, as the report states, the CAO and the clerk are the only members of SMT that have no administrative support at this time. So because of that, both the clerk and I are both feeling that the projects and tasks that were assigned by council, they're not getting done in an appropriate time frame, and we're spending a lot of our time on administrative tasks. And I pulled the district CAOs for their job descriptions for all of their executive assistants, and they include things like responding to administrative emails and phone calls, and handling the calendar for the clerk, the CAO, the mayor, drafting correspondence and reports, doing all of the council sort of follow-up. We are suggesting that they even assist with maybe agenda creation and minutes. And one of the big key parts that we want to share it with the clerk's department is because records management is a big deal here. And you may remember that we did implement a electronic records management database because we were not really following the legislation as much as we should have been. But even though we have that now, we're still a little behind with getting everything up and running because of the clerk's office being a little busy lately. So that's what we're asking for. It also is in the budget, but we're bringing it forward today because we've just noticed that we would like to, if approved, we would like to implement this sooner than March 2021 or February of next year, if and when the budget gets approved at that time. So this would not be a union position because the role would involve a great deal of confidential correspondence and information. And like I said, we were going to request this in the budget, but we're doing it early. And so the net cost of the position is between 60 and 70,000. And the funding for that position would be part of the HR budget that will be presented in the budget itself. And that is that in a nutshell.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Rianco.
You know, Jessica, I think it's a really good request personally. I just know that some of the feedback that I'm getting from the public and is the timeliness and when people are being responded to. And I would assume that's because you guys are just so overwhelmed.
Mhm.
And I personally think that it's something that we should take a serious look at. I think it would be beneficial for our constituents and certainly beneficial for our staff. Yeah, thanks for the report.
Thanks.
Councillor Rianco, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Well, I'm not necessarily against the position, but I think it should be added to the list that's coming next month for discussion. I don't think we should be approving it today because we are looking at another list next month. So I'm sorry, Jessica, but I think it should go on the list for next month and be part of the potential cuts. Again, if we have a 2% increase in taxes, then we can afford it. But I think it should be put on the list. The question I have, and I guess Julie's gone, or maybe she's still there. You say that we have, and this individual assistant will be doing a lot of work on record management and so on. Going back to our last topic, is this modernization program helping us with our record management? Would the effort we spend on it be improved with all this modernization funding?
No, the records management is a separate aspect.
Sorry?
The records management is a separate aspect altogether of modernization funding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper, I think I saw your hand, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I certainly understand the request and the merit around this request, so I support it. Rather than putting this on the list of the hit parade, as it were, I would like perhaps the CAO and the clerk to review all aspects of staffing and see if there's somewhere that we may be able to make a bit of a savings. And so that would be my suggestion. Can we fund it from some sort of staff cut? So there we go. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bochek.
I'm just wondering if this would mean that both the clerk and the CAO's role would not involve 16-hour days and weekend work. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I'm thinking more like 25-hour days. I'd like that to be reduced even to the 16. That's fine. I'll take the 16.
I like Councillor Cooper's concept here of maybe with our modernization program moving in and IT software, computerization improving. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be possible for us to look at possible realignment in the staffing and maybe making the funds available through that. But I am generally definitely in support of the proposition.
Thank you, Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the initiative. I know how hard our staff is working, and efficiency is directly correlated to stress and overworking. So my only question to our CAO is, in my business experience, it was always good to put out an internal posting. A lot of times you don't have qualified personnel within the organization, but if you do have an internal posting, it gives people the impression or the thought that, hey, there is room to move up in this organization. You may get a couple applications and you may get a bunch of external applications. Obviously, you're going to pick the best candidate, but just so that other staff have a feeling that there is the opportunity to move up within the organization and they're not being excluded from this process. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. One of the things that I would really appreciate in this process is understanding the metrics of what's currently going on. And so I've heard comments about 16-hour days and 25-hour days and things like that. But I guess what if I'm in a business world and I'm looking for additional assistance, yeah, and I don't want to dispute for a second that there is an overworked burden on both the CAO and clerk. However, managing metrics and being able to quantify progress, I think, is important. And so, for example, and it's not just with clerk and CAO, it's with some of the other staff. If I'll just give you a little simple example of me. If I make a request to speak to our CAO, today, how many days between the request and the time that I can actually have that conversation, what is that quantification, and what would it be likely after an executive assistance? Same thing with our clerk, same thing with our manager of planning. I think we need to start gathering statistics here so that we can start to manage this effectively, as opposed to just by the seat of our pants. So I won't object for a second that we need help in these two areas. But I think it would be unfortunate if we go down this path with no metrics to be able to not be able to say, hey, before we brought on this person, we were looking at, we'll call it a service level. We were looking at a service level of 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. And today, now that we've had our executive assistant in place, we're now looking at 12 hours, 24 hours, or whatever. So quantification, I think, is a critical element of managing a business like this, and the township is a business. And certainly with what Julie B is doing in her technology modernization and ultimately the forward-facing technologies, those should help with the gathering automatically of all these statistics, because presumably requests will come in a electronic form, and they will be date and time stamped. And then when people get back, these things will be updated. So it's a long-winded way of saying, on one hand, I support it, but I think we should not lose sight of the fact that we need to have management metrics in place so that we can know, not feel or pretend, that we can know going forward that we've actually made an improvement in this process.
All right, I'm going to add some of my comments, and I think I'm 100% behind this. I think that is very much needed. I spend actually more time in the office than you might think, observing what's going on here, in part because I come for the internet connection for meetings like this, because it's stronger than what I have at the cottage. And I think that anyone who's under the perception that people in this building aren't working just aren't spending much time here watching them. Because the staff here do work, and they do work hard. And I think two of the hardest working staff members that we have are our CEO and our clerk, who I can't help but notice have been known to send out emails to me at ridiculous hours. Like when I get an email at 1 or 2 in the morning, I know that person's working too hard. And to say nothing of first thing Sunday morning, right, and things like that. So I'm well aware, having listened to various phone call, overhearing calls, overhearing remarks, that somebody like an executive assistant would be invaluable. And I don't think we're just talking, Councillor Hazelton, for instance, a matter of saying, okay, they return to call in 2 days instead of 4 days. I'm thinking they get to projects now instead of 3 months later or 6 months later or never. And I'm very conscious of those things happening, because I'm making some of those requests and they say, sorry, it just has to wait. And I don't think that is good for the township. So I think having an individual who, and having worked for much of my career with executive assistants, whether they had the title or not, but who served that function, I can tell you I found them invaluable in allowing me to be more constructive with my time when I had somebody behind me who took care of a lot of things. And very much often the case, they can answer the phone call. Somebody phones in for the CAO, I would venture, and Ms. Gumby may correct me, but I'd venture 50% of those phone calls could be handled by the executive assistant and never reach her desk, because the answers are readily available to somebody in the office who knows what's going on. So I'm 100% in favor of this. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and I just wanted to endorse the concept of this being very useful for a number of people, but also would like to comment that I don't want my comment about are there any places where we could find some efficiencies to suggest that people aren't working hard. It's to examine the work that we do, and are we doing certain work that we don't really need to do. And so I think we need measurables, and I think that's part of what Councillor Hazelton was talking about. But I think we need to take a really careful look at what we do and what the roles are, and make sure that we need to do everything that's there. I will remind us all that, and I know this history is of no interest to most people, but I think we had 26 staff members 20 years ago. We're now in the mid-40s. So let's think about that. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Douglas.
Just a quick comment. I agree with what everyone has had to say about this. I mean, obviously, we all feel similar that we need to support our staff, especially in these positions. But I just have to make a comment with Councillor Cooper. Councillor Cooper, I agree with you. Our staffing was substantially less 20 years ago, but boy, we have such a different township now, and the requirements that are now, and the owners positions that the staff is put in is substantially so much more. So I just think that we have to think about not comparing too heavily to 20 years ago. We're not even remotely, especially in the planning department, looking at sort of oranges and oranges here. But comment well taken.
Okay. The resolution in front of me reads, moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko, be it resolved that council authorize the CEO to post for an executive assistant as an additional full-time equivalent, or FTE if you prefer. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, our last staff report.
There's still two.
Sorry, no. Our last staff report is in regards to, oh, sorry, our second last.
Our second last staff report.
Okay. Regards to a report from our CAO on the Macy Bay draft application for review, Environmental Bill of Rights. And Ms. Way, you wanted me to, before Ms. Gumby gives a report, to inform everybody that Scott Kirby of the Macy Bay Development Corps is in the waiting room, I believe is how you describe it, and has asked to participate in this discussion. And so the motion reads, be it resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to permit a member of the public to speak and address members of council as part of staff reports for Scott Kirby on behalf of Macy Bay Development Corp during item 9F, Macy Bay draft application for review, Environmental Bill of Rights. And this is a waive of the rules of procedure, therefore require a majority vote, not a 2/3 vote. If that's so, 4 votes is enough. Okay. So, any discussion? Councillor Jarvis.
I see this is opening it up to the public. Should we not be making it appropriate for other people to make delegations as well then? I'm thinking of the Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society, etc. I see this as us allowing one side of the issue to come before us in this special circumstance, but not the other side of the issue. And I don't know that that's necessarily fair.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I'd like to echo Councillor Jarvis's comments. I think that one of our jobs as councillors, we hear it over and over again, is to be transparent and represent our community, and representing one side of a matter in a non-public forum where there's been no notice for other members of the public to request to participate, I think is failing our responsibility of transparency to the marketplace and to the residents.
Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I will vote by showing my hand, but just one quick question. Would he be available for questions and answers as well, or is he simply going to do a delegation? Mr. Mayor, if you could answer that, or the clerk.
Sorry, I believe it was just to provide clarification to any questions and answers, not to provide a delegation. I have no prepared presentation. There was just the correspondence that was circulated yesterday.
Well, that's a significantly different.
Okay. I think in fairness and accountability and transparency, I would think it would be a value to hear what he has to say. So the exact opposite of what Councillor Hazelton said. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I support the concept that has been put forth by Councillor Jarvis and Hazelton, and that is that we need to hear all sides of the story, even if it's just somebody to answer certain aspects of an issue. We have already seen other matters that we've been reviewing and only hearing from one side. We've seen that recently as it pertains to another application in a very similar area. So I'm quite concerned about this, the impression we're giving the public. Thank you.
Councillor Wienko.
No, I support the inclusion of anybody that can answer questions. I don't want to get into presentations by anybody to try to steer the decision making or discussion in a certain direction. But I don't have any problem allowing anybody in that could potentially answer any questions. So I'm good with it. So I don't know how we're going to do it if the Eastern Georgian Bay is not necessarily online here right now. I don't know how to include them, but I'm more than willing to have them available to answer questions and not to make presentations.
Ms. Gunby.
Thank you, Worship. While I'm not a fortune teller, I cannot imagine any questions coming up from either party. There's no side of any story being presented in my draft application. I was directed by council to do a draft application to the MECP, and that's what I have presented in front of council. And it's just outlining that we want them to reopen it because they didn't do their public consultation. So I'm not sure who needs to speak to what matter here, because that's all it states. And there's nothing engineering related. There's nothing actually septic related. It's just a consultation. So I'm just not sure exactly what side of any story is being presented.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
I'd be in agreement to allow him to speak. I think it's important that we hear. There is still opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, for public to make comment. But for this particular request, this is to do with the application as our CAO just stated. So I would be in favor of it.
Yeah, I find myself actually a little bit surprised by the request by Mr. Kirby, simply because having read the report that Ms. Gumby is going to present, I don't understand why this is following up on a resolution that council made a couple of months ago, and I'm not sure why and given the matter Macy Bay development is not the subject of the report. And the MECP is the subject of the report, the way I read it. And therefore, I'm not sure why anybody needs to speak to this at this point. I don't want to do another round because I think everybody's going to give me the same opinion as they did already. And we can call for the vote, or we can just set it aside. But if we call for the vote, I suspect it'll be 4-3. But do we have to call for the vote is this a matter that we must call for a vote because a request was made by the public?
Correct. In order
Okay.
to let them, yeah.
Then let's just do it. Be it resolved that council waive the rules of procedure to permit a member of the public to speak and address members of council as part of the staff reports for Scott Kirby on behalf of Macy Bay Development Corp. During item 9F, Macy Bay draft application for review, environmental bill of rights. All those in favor? 1, 2. I only see 2 in favor, so this is defeated. Okay. Mr. Hazelton, Councillor Hazelton.
Just a point of process, Your Worship. The report that our CAO is about to talk to us about was, in my understanding, a directive of council to approve staff to go and produce a draft. But there was discussion at the time that there was no need to bring it back to council for approval. It was to complete the application and send it in. And so I'm confused as to why this is coming back to council for subsequent review, when in fact it was a directive to process the application and send it out.
The resolution read to draft. It did not read to submit.
Correct.
It may have, but if you review the wording at the time of the resolution, it was very clear that we were not looking for a two-step process. It was very clear with the discussion that staff would produce the report and send it off, and there's no need to wait. If the resolution wasn't effectively worded, then sadly we have missed an opportunity to correct a resolution that was put out there. But it was extremely clear in my mind as we were going through this back in the day when we were approving it. Thank you.
Well, all I can tell you is I reviewed the resolution and the word draft was in there, not submit. And therefore, I think in order for this draft to be submitted, Ms. Gumby does require council direction.
Correct. Thank you.
Ms. Gumby, over to you.
Thank you. So even though I kind of just summed it up at the previous resolution, as I stated, council directed staff to prepare a draft application, which is what is in front of you. And you'll notice that my name and the mayor's name is both on this because as we discussed at the previous time this was brought up, they say that any 2 members of the public can in fact fill out the form and submit it. Your worship, I did not put your home address on the form, but I will if it gets approved and I send it in. And was speaking with the MECP, they stated that they suggested because it could be the mayor and also the corporation. So that counts as the 2 parties for this application. Because as I stated at the previous meeting, there was a lot of information in the draft application that Councillor Hazelton presented to council that I stated at the meeting that I wasn't comfortable with the township signing that one. So that is why I just took it upon myself to just create my own, because that was the main concern that council had, was the fact that the MECP did not give proper public consultation opportunity as they stated they would and as they were ordered to. So that is the only concern I've outlined in this application. But if council wants to add more information to this and votes on it for me to edit this, I will do that before sending it off.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate very briefly that this application is consistent with the messaging that I had directed towards the MECP 18 months ago, or roughly now, I think it was, and which correspondence was ended due to the judicial review being launched. And I'm glad to reinstate, from my perspective, our concerns that there was not a public review in regard to this file. Councillor, the motion in front of you, in case you want to know what the motion reads, be it resolved, the council approve the draft application to MECP for 380 Macy Bay Road as presented, and that the CEO be directed to submit the application on behalf of the Township of Georgian Bay. I also want to reiterate that this does not prevent anyone else from making their own applications if they so desire. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reading the report that came through on our agenda, our member of the public that wished to speak today made reference of one of our councillors being a board member or a member of the Georgian Bay Preservation Alliance. And I understand that it's the councillors themselves that have to declare a conflict of interest when it comes to matters of agenda items. And as Mr. Cooper did some years ago, in a council meeting, stated to me that perhaps I should reconsider my involvement in the meeting, that I may have a conflict of interest. I'm going to request and add that to my thoughts here, that there may be a conflict, and it's up to the individual to declare that conflict. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hazelton.
I love the fact that there's information out there in the marketplace that may be dated and no longer true. In 2018, I believe it was July or maybe August, I think I decided to run in July, but I communicated with the head of the Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society, not Preservation, the Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society, Inc., and stated that I could no longer be part of any activities of that group, given that I was running for council. And so I divorced myself and resigned, if you will, from any active activity with that group. And I have had no involvement in the matters of that group since then. Thank you.
I'm seeing no hands raised at this point, so I'm going to say all those in favor, or did you need me to reread the resolution? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got at least 1, 2, 3, 4. We got at least 5 people in favor. That is carried. And that included myself, Councillor Bocek, if you're curious. Okay, now we're on to the final staff report, and that's Chief Van Dam to give us a verbal on emergency service response to seasonal access properties during the winter of. And I would like to, on a personal matter, say I observed their group in action in regard to my extended family on, what day was that? Monday. And I was most impressed by their service. Most impressed. Chief, over to you.
Well, thanks, Your Worship, for that comment. Reason why I wanted to give you is a little bit of an update is that we've been fielding some phone calls here in the office the last little while about people who would normally head south for the winter, and for various reasons, most of them COVID related, are not able to do that at this time. So they're looking at staying at their water access only cottages, and then some are planning to stay at their land-based cottages as well. I want to just touch base with you that heading into COVID, we were at a 15% decrease in our call volume. Once we engaged the summer, we're a 30% increase in call volume to date. Our structure fires last year were at 0, and we're already at 6 this year. So COVID has definitely had an impact on us. As we're moving forward, if a large number of people decide that they are going to stay in their cottages, we're expecting our call volume to stay increased. We also are looking at a higher risk for the municipality, and I want to just make sure that you're aware of that risk. Legally, the lawyers would end up fighting some of this, but as our establishing and regulating bylaw states, is that we would make every attempt that's feasible at the time to perform our services. However, with limited, we do have I'm going to say, we have a definition within our bylaw that talks about limited services, so that we may not be able to get to some of these residents. However, the public perception and the backlash would definitely be there, and you're most likely to take a brunt of that if it's there. So I'm just trying to give you the heads up that this is out there. We've been in discussions with some of the campgrounds to see if they're going to be staying open longer than what our bylaw allows. They're all saying no at this point. However, we may have a problem if people can't get to where they're planning to go to for their winter. So it's out there. We want you to be aware of it. Staff's trying to deal with it. As I say, we don't have the resources to respond in the winter time. We're at a very limited capacity with water, pulling our boats, ice rescue, and that. We'll do our best, but I want you to be well aware of it.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, supplemental to what Chief Undumas stated, I've already had a bit of discussion with him and a couple other staff members, and I would like to see us as a township issue a few, I don't know what the right word is, statements cautioning our residents just to be fully aware of the fact that as the seasons change, the ability of the township to respond to residents can be affected by those conditions. We all know that at some portion of late November or sometime in December, depending upon how winter comes, there'll be some bays that have ice in them and channels that'll be open. Well, that means you can't get there by snow machine, you can't get there by boat. Maybe you can get there by hovercraft. We don't own a hovercraft, we being the township. And regardless of whether we can or can't, or first responders get to the site, it's almost entirely certain it'll take them much longer than it would if the call came in today. And I think our residents should be reminded of that fact, that there are limitations to the services that can be provided, especially in the shoulder seasons. Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you, Tony, for your report and your concerns. I certainly understand and echo them. Given that I'm out in the Bay here, I'm certainly in the group, if you will, of we'll call high risk access properties where people are trying to stretch the season or run it through the season. The question I have for you, though, is we now have several operators up here on the Bay with ice scoots and commercial operator or commercial pilot's license, if you will, and hovercraft with commercial pilot's licenses. And the question is, are you and your team able to use those essentially professionally operated services to reach people in need and deliver your services, or is there some obstacle on that?
So it's a great question. Currently, Councillor, that we have been engaging some of these people in the past to use some of their equipment. There is possibly some legal ramifications that if a tragedy did happen with one of these commercial, going back to risk management and the municipality with the deep pockets. But currently, that's how we've been approaching the last several years of dealing with some of the calls out there. There is no guarantee, though, that we can use them. Yes, we engage them. We are currently, the deputy chief is currently making this year's winter plans and is engaging those contractors to date, and hopefully all will be able to help us again. But we did have it last year where we had an incident where we weren't able to securely get somebody to assist us in a timely manner, and it took over an hour to finally find somebody who could help us out to immobilize. So that's the concern.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to offer kind of one extended idea. So I did mention the idea of, scoots and hovercraft, et cetera. But as I mentioned, I think back in the springtime, I was delightfully surprised by David Wingfelder in running the Bell people out to my cottage to service my cottage when you couldn't get there by boat or by snowmobile. Well, he could get there by snowmobile. And I'm wondering if there is a kind of a coverage, if you will, of all kinds of sources, given that he runs Bell and Hydro out of there. They seem to be quite comfortable with that as a strategy. So I think there's lots of paths and avenues to provide the services. And I'm just wondering if you're able to exercise and use all of those avenues. Thank you.
I can tell you, Councillor, that we have used them a number of times in the last few years to help us with bringing patients and so forth. They're one of the people that I trust know the ice better on that bay than anybody else. So when we're dealing with that, we count on them very heavily.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tony, for that report. Tony, just on the same vein as what's being discussed with Councillor Hazelton, are you looking for, due to the fact that more people will be staying, and I agree 100% with you on that one, are you looking for any input from various inland lakes or that may be able to provide that kind of service to you, or are you looking for any outreach, or are you looking for equipment to come in, or can you just give us a little bit of your thought on that?
If there's somebody out there who has the proper insurance and that, by all means put their name forward so we can have some discussion with them. The more that our dispatch service has to line up people when we need them, the better and easier it is than somebody trying to think on the fly of where can we get this or that type of thing. So if you do have somebody, please put your name forward and then we can have the discussion with them.
Okay, just supplementary to that, please. You just touched on if they have the proper insurance. Is there, before I sort of put the feelers out there for people on this area, is there a particular, do they need commercial insurance, or is this something you can have a discussion with them on?
That will be something that we would have a discussion, and we would also have Julie involved in that discussion so that our insurance company is well aware of actions that we may be taking.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Tony.
Okay, Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, Tony, there is an issue, of course, with more people staying up here this year. I just know for our lake here, there's going to probably double the number of people up here this winter for who can't get to Florida. But up here, most of our roads are plowed. Most of our roads are private roads are plowed in the wintertime. So cars can easily get down these particular roads. Do you see any problems in accessing road access cottages this winter? There's more people down there, but do you see any problems, or you're really talking more of a Georgian Bay issue?
No, we do have some issues with some of the cottage roads. In the summertime, they're very challenging for us to get down as the snowbanks and snow accumulates, it can make it tougher. And we can only go, if they don't provide us the access, then there are going to be consequences and it's going to take us time. We'll make every effort to get to there, and we'll take other actions, putting portable pump in a pickup truck if we have to. But at that point, as fire grows rapidly, it's the longer it takes us to action it, the consequence is going to be greater.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, Tony, thank you for bringing this to our attention. In the wintertime, I plow these private roads. And I can assure you that if you get a snowfall late in the evening, that road is not going to be plowed out until sometimes mid-morning, even noon. So it's always surprised me why our fire department does not have a snowmobile with a stretcher, being that most of our residents are mainland. Road access or bush access, and why we don't have a snowmobile with a stretcher on it is so far beyond me. I can't even begin to understand it. I know a lot of townships do have the snowmobiles with the stretchers, and a typical main roads in our township, main roads are privately plowed. Birch Acres, Island 95, all the south end of 6 Mile Lake. Now we have ice bridges, and Miss Douglas can attest to this. We have ice bridges that are made on the Severn River to give access to our residents on the Severn River. We have ice bridges that are made on Go Home Lake, and we have ice bridges made on Gloucester Pool, all which in season are very accessible by snowmobiles and a stretcher. I think we can probably eliminate 50% of the emergency calls. Of course, islands are different because you have a freeze up and you have a thaw, and those are problematic times. But on the bay in the middle of winter, you have marked trails that go across that bay. I'm really going to support and spearhead the fire department getting a snowmobile, a proper snowmobile, not a recreational snowmobile, and a stretcher so that most of our constituents can be reached in the wintertime. Being the fact of what you brought today to the council meeting, I've talked to a lot of people that can't get to Florida, and they're staying here for their first time in 40 years. So we are going to have an increased population up here this winter. It's going to be very risky for them because there won't be accessibility to their cottages on the private roads. I think we need to seriously consider looking at a budget consideration to get you guys a snowmobile and a stretcher, and I will do everything I can to make sure that happens. My residents need it. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
I'm going to echo your thoughts, Mr. Mayor, and I think I really appreciate Chief Van Dam's comments. I think if we put a note out to all the associations indicating what the situation is, so everybody knows right out front what they're dealing with, I think that's the best thing to do. Being out on an island has got its own obviously risks, even on good days in the summer, not to mention a bad day in the winter. So I think it'd be best if I acknowledge what Chief Van Dam is stating, and I think if we were to put a note out to associations and something on our website, that would be a very good thing to do.
Okay, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Just in terms of what Councillor Bochuk was saying, Tony, I'm just wondering if you have comment on that. I 100% agree with him. I think we need two machines, not one, because in rescue, any kind of rescue, you need to have two people. But I'm just wondering, Chief Van Dam, what your thought is on that, because I would support that for the inland lakes, especially. Maybe not so much the bay too, but the bay I think has its certain limitations as well, and scoots are probably more suitable, but at other times not so much. So I would be very much in support of that, but I'm just kind of curious what your thought is on that yourself.
So currently, Councillor Bochuk and Councillor Douglas, we currently have 3 stretchers or sleds that we do patient removals with. When we have a call out, we'll go looking for snowmobiles to pull those sleds out so that we can bring a patient into shore. Sometimes it can be lengthy to get those skidoos. We've asked for the OPP to run some out to us before that. Then by the time they hook onto them in Midland, drive them out here. We've asked a number of times. The Winfields have taken us out there to provide some type of medical attention. We've used hovercraft, which is our preference for getting it. So if we happen to hit open water because of out on the bay, we still feel safe when we're in that vehicle. However, it's a lengthy period of time for us to secure somebody to meet us at a location to do it. In our master fire plan, we've made those recommendations that council in the future needs to start to look at. If we're going to provide those services for those time of years, that council needs to fund that going forward. And I know the budget concerns and restraints that we have going forward right now, especially in the COVID times and that type of thing. But if it's council's wishes, we can start to investigate into that. I will make a note that it doesn't have to be a brand new vehicle. We just need to put feelers out if we wanted to get something else.
Ms. Gunby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to sort of circle back and just advise council that there's no resolution at this time. This was just sort of a verbal update. But if council wants to pass a resolution to include something like this in the budget, they're able to. But if not, they can add it to next month's agenda as new business.
Okay, I don't know how much longer, Councillor Douglas, I see your hand, but I don't know how much longer you want to continue this discussion before we try to bring it to a conclusion.
Okay, just a quick note here. I don't know if Julie's still with us, but would this be something that would fall into that that funding for the COVID? Because, I mean, obviously it is part of COVID. It's part of the fact that we have more people staying here. So I'm just a thought, you know, would it be something that you could include into that budget part or not?
Through your worship, the COVID phase 1, phase 2 are focusing on operating costs. This looks like a capital item. A lot of municipalities are actually passing resolutions to have the phase 2 criteria modified to include capital. I could probably find a copy of a resolution of that sort and circulate it. Unfortunately, the applications for phase 2 are due on October 30th, so it wouldn't have time to come forward before the next meeting.
Well, then why don't we draft up a resolution now? We know that Ms. Way likes to do that.
Let me see what I can find.
Okay. Here's my suggestion. We've discussed it quite length. I think it's very good. Maybe we should give everybody a bit of time, have a lunch break, and at the end of the lunch break, come back and see if we want to add a resolution or two to Chief Van Dam's verbal report. All right. I'm seeing everybody not responding. So I'm going to say, why don't we break and reconvene at 1:30 after a lunch break? All right. See everybody at 1:30. Thank you.
But anyways, but definitely.
Do you want me to start sharing my screen now? I know we're not back, but then everyone has a chance to read it. Or wait. You're muted.
Yeah, I know it's the stupid mouse thing.
I can hear you through the wall, but I can't make out what you're saying. Maybe if I get a glass.
Have you started live streaming yet?
I can hear that.
The live streaming is continuing through our breaks.
Oh, okay. Well, it's 1:30, and I believe I see all our counselors here. If I haven't lost count, so let's get this back on the road. So I believe we left half an hour ago with Councillor Bocek wanting to spend more of our money. So Ms. Way, you were going to draft something up. Sorry, Councillor, it's too easy to make a remark.
Seems I'm easy pickings today. It's all right.
Exactly. Not just today.
I believe you can see the screen.
Oh, you've been typing. Okay, whereas the Ontario government has provided emergency assistance funding to municipalities through the Safe Restart Agreement to offset the financial impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas the province has specified funding must be used for operating costs and pressures due to COVID-19, and whereas due to the nature of the pandemic, the necessity to purchase additional equipment to accommodate emergency response for public safety, capital costs will be incurred by municipalities. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay has been advised by the Ministry of Finance that COVID-19 related capital costs are ineligible for Safe Restart Agreement funding. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay urges Ontario to allow capital expenditures under the Safe Restart Agreement, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Premier Doug Ford, Norm Miller, MPP, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. I think that's a wonderful resolution that, shall we say, can precede what Councillor Bocek was looking for. I guess that means that I would be voting in favor, but now that I've said that, councillors, anybody wish to comment on this?
I do.
Who's I?
The CAO.
Well, I see, I can't see anybody here. Ms. Dunby, could you please comment?
Oh, that's gone. I just wanted to ask the clerk to change will to may in the third paragraph. Please and thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
May be incurred, cost may be incurred by municipalities.
Councillor Cooper.
Very picayune, but I think it would be nicer if it was Mr. Norm Miller, MPP. Thanks. Or member.
Any other comments on this particular resolution? All those in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. If only all our resolutions were this quick. Maybe, Ms. Way, you should just present resolutions and say all in favor and we'd be done.
Make my life easier.
Now, did you have anything else for our consideration?
Not for that, no.
Okay.
Do you want something?
Well, my understanding that is that I don't know whether, let me start again. I think Mr. Bocek would like us to consider some additional funding in our budget for the fire department to assist their ability to perform winter rescue operations. Just for everybody's information, I talked very briefly with Chief Undum during the lunch break, and he's asked us not to be terribly specific because he wants to look into alternatives if we were to go down this road. Councillor Rienko.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest. Maybe he can do a bit of research to find out what options are available and what the cost might be, so we can add it to our list maybe for next month. But to give him carte blanche decision day, we don't know how much a good used vehicle is. So I would just have him do some work and see what options are available out there, and come back to us when we're talking about the budget next month.
Well, would that require a resolution or just a direction? Councillor Bochek.
It's okay, you beat me to it, Mr. Mayor. I thought that maybe direction in order for the chief to go out and do a little bit of studying and bring it back to us next month would be enough, but I'll let the powers to be and staff decide that.
I think that's you, Ms. Gumby, the power to be.
Oh, thank you for not forgetting, Your Worship. I think based on the conversations that I had with the fire chief, I think we can leave this as staff direction for the time being.
Okay. Council, are you satisfied with that? I see thumbs, so that's a good sign. I don't think everybody has to give thumbprints here. All right. Chief Undum. Go do a little shopping and see what you can find.
Thank you. I'll take the direction, and I'll start to look at options for council, and I'll see you next month.
We'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. On our agenda, new business. The first item that I have on the agenda is rezoning a marina property to be a transfer site. Councillor Hazelton.
So the reason I put this out there is that we have talked about various options that may be considered going forward for waste management. We've also heard rumors from MECP that they believe that the process to have a township evolve their zoning to a point where a particular property could be used as this so-called transfer site may be difficult. And so rather than talking in unknowns and having no real crisp idea of what the process is from a township perspective, my recommendation here is that we go through the process. We ask staff to help us with the process. If we want, we can certainly find a marina that would be willing to go through this process, call it an experiment, call it a trial process, in anticipation of learning, is this an easy, simple process, or is this a more complex process? And I think that they would be important for our township to understand this so that we can really understand our options going forward. Because right now, as Councillor Cooper has said to us a million times, we can't get the proper data from the district. But we're now hearing from MECP that this might be a time-consuming process. Well, this is something that's in our control as a township. Let's go through the process and find out, and then we'll have a model. If it makes sense and if it does work, we'll have a model that we can communicate to any other marina or property that may want to do this. And I can see this being needed not only in probably all of the marinas in the township, in Honey Harbor. This could be an ideal situation to solve the Go Home Lake problems from a waste management standpoint. So that's why I put it out there. Thank you.
CEO Gunby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I fully understand the purpose behind this and what Councillor Hazelton wants to accomplish. I have asked Victoria to tune into this because I think she has things to add as well, but I don't, while it's up to council to pass, defer, defeat this resolution, I don't entirely agree this is the best approach, only because it could take up to a year to have a test case answered. So the MECP won't even look at an application until the township passes a rezoning, and I think also an official plan amendment. So what I would suggest is that staff approach all of the marinas and see if they are interested in doing a rezoning for this purpose. And at the 2 waste committee meetings ago, the District of Muskoka stated they would be footing the bill for all of the rezoning fees. So we would need to talk with them as well. But my opinion, if this is to move forward at all, would to do everyone at the same time. And then instead of just doing one and then maybe postponing or prolonging it a year or 2 years before we know. And then maybe only one of them has the ability to have any waste on their facility. But I know Ms. Lemieux is here as well, and she can add any comment to that.
Ms. Lemieux.
I lost my screen there for a second, sorry. I agree with CAO Gumby's comments. I think it's a great idea for staff to reach out to the marinas, as she mentioned. And then, I think, again, if CAO Gumby agrees, me taking this as direction and then bringing a report back to council, providing a breakdown of the responses that we've received, and also essentially outlining a timeline and a strategy so council can understand how we as staff can move forward to move this process along for all of the interested properties at once. I think that would be probably the most proactive approach to keep things going as quickly as possible. So that'll give me a little bit of time to reach out to the marinas, reach out to the district and all other parties that I need to speak to regarding to the rezoning applications that would likely pursue, and if there's anything else that needs to be done. So again, if CAO Gumby agrees, I would like to be able to take this as direction to bring a report back to council to essentially provide a timeline and a strategy moving forward.
CAO Gumby.
Thank you. Just a little quick follow-up. That would be fine, only for the reason that this is something that Victoria and I have already been discussing, so it's already on her radar. So it wouldn't technically be a staff direction. She's already working on it.
Thank you. All right, I see a number of hands. Councillor Cooper, Woyanko, Bocek, in that order, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. I think it's a good idea to have a test case. I also think it's a good idea to reach out to the marinas. I am a little bit concerned about reaching out to the marinas when we have unknowns at the moment. I mean, there's different ways to skin a cat, as they say, and one of the things could be making our current marinas compliant and using district services. There's another opportunity where our marinas could actually have privatize it, in other words, and have that service, but still be compliant. So I think there'll be some questions. If they're not questions, there should be questions that need to be answered in advance of that. So that's my only caution, is that I don't know that we should be going and talking to marinas when we don't know the answer just to 2 very simple questions I put forward just now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
Well, I think we're a little bit premature here because we do have a committee looking into this, and I hate to undercut the committee's discussions on what are the options for the Honey Harbor area. Like one option that was discussed the other day is having a central waste depot, a new waste depot in and around some of the marinas outside the boundaries. So having one facility instead of having 10 or whatever facilities might be a better idea. But my understanding is that in order to build a waste depot, you have to have rezoning, and then you have to have a certificate of approval. And the district has indicated it's their responsibility to build the facility. So it would be nice to know what the overall cost of building one system, with going for the zoning, going for the certificate of approval, and construction of a waste depot. And my understanding, of course, with these depots at the marina, they've got to capture all their leachate from the compound and truck it off site. So there's an additional cost that we don't have on the inland communities because we're not on the water. And then there is who's going to maintain the facility afterwards. So I think there's a lot of unknown questions and costs that need to be worked out before we can make a decision. If these marinas want to take a gamble and go ahead and get a zoning and then start building it themselves, it may take a long time to build these things. So I think we got the cart in front of the horse here, and we should wait for the committee to do their work, make some decisions, and then do a proper cost analysis as to what these facilities would cost.
All right, thank you. Councilor Wojcik.
I support the initiative 100% that Council Hazelton has brought forward, but there is going to be some things that are triggered because of this. And I did make a list the other day, things like insurability. If it's on a private site, and the garbage truck comes in and backs over a customer's BMW, it's not going to be a pleasant thing to deal with. The other thing we need to be concerned with is if they close the sites and they're moved on to a private facility, these marine operators are going to have to understand that 24/7 they're going to have people not from their marina, but like me, going in at 11 o'clock at night, and a lot of them don't like trespassing. A lot of them like to have things buttoned up at night for security reasons. But if that's the only place you're going to be able to get rid of your garbage, and the current ones are open 24/7, they'd have to be open. There's a lot of things that I think need to be looked at. But I do support this 100%, that we look at either privatization of it or having district licensed sites on private facilities.
All right, so you're getting into the discussion that our committee was trying to do. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
I think the initiative is probably good, but needs to go to the planning council. To me, looking at the whole thing, it's, as was discussed in the last planning council meeting by, I believe, Fred Yon, it's a very huge, varying process that needs to be looked at. There's no one solution. And in fact, we could find ourselves in a position once this starts to be discussed and worked through that there is more than one, more than one solution here, where maybe there's some private, some's looked after the township, some's looked after the district. I mean, it's going to vary, I think, according to marinas will be in a very different position, as Councillor Wojcik said. So the initiative itself, I think, is okay, but it might be a little bit, cart before the horse situation, as Councillor Cooper brought up. And I'd like to see that go back, that idea to go back to the planning council to take a look at all the different variants and then the pricing of it all.
Okay, and Councillor Jarvis.
I'm very much in support of this motion. I think if we look at Councillor Hazelton's second paragraph in his report, I think he states pretty clearly that this is just to get an idea of how things could work out. And then from there, we would approach the other marinas. I think there are a lot of T's to be crossed, I's to be dotted. But I see that as something that would be part of this process as proposed by Councillor Hazelton. And I don't see cart before the horse at all. I see us trying to move ahead when districts seems to have their heads up there, you know what, on this whole thing. And a transfer site will not be something that islanders, boaters would be too attracted to when we've had these bin sites at these marinas this past number of years. I think that also goes for Go Home Lake. You need something close to the water. I think there are marinas that have shown they can responsibly look after these things. I think part of the mandate would be that these bin sites for marinas are for people that use the marinas, not for local residents. And that should be clearly brought forward as well. But I like I like the idea, I like the motion, and I think we should moving ahead with it. Now, I mean, and then talk, if it works, then we can talk to the other marinas, not talk to the marinas first. That's all.
Councillor Hazelton, do you want to make a remark before I throw mine in?
No, you go ahead, and then I'll, if you give me permission, I will speak again.
Okay. I got a range of remarks. One is, I think I'm a little frustrated sometimes when I see council here actively discussing various aspects of waste management when we in effect have appointed a committee that's supposed to be doing that for us and that they're supposed to report to us. So I think we have to make up our mind to some degree. Do we want to do things through the Waste Management Committee, or do you want to do it ourselves? And I think right now we have numerous people on council and on the Waste Management Committee a little bit confused. Who's supposed to be doing what? Because of that, I'm also concerned that this is a premature suggestion, and I think it's premature simply because we're still debating whether it's at the Waste Management Committee level or even here at council or the district level and the various staff reports and at MECP, what solutions we want to pursue. And you know, I'm hearing from the Waste Management Committee that they are in favor of some way of maintaining bins at least some of the marinas, but we don't know. We haven't gone down the road of should that be private, because right now we know if it's private, the ministry won't approve it at this time without them changing regulations. Should we get them somehow a system where we can have on a marina a license with certain restrictions that may be different than a waste depot? And I'm very concerned that if we pick a marina, pick one, anyone, and say, okay, you're now the test case. One, what happens if that marina goes down a road that it gets all awkward or dead-ended? Or alternatively, what happens if they get a certain advantage and all the other marinas say, okay, why did you pick Marina A and not the rest of them? And I'm very concerned. I also believe that if the issue is zoning, zoning is a municipal realm. Between staff and council, we could actually get things done fairly quickly if we knew what we were trying to do. And I think that I even think that there's more than one way to approach the zoning changes if required. So I'm very nervous that if council chooses to pursue this particular resolution, that we're going to actually give ourselves more work and more grief than information. Councillor Hazelton.
Wow. What I thought was a very simple thing that everybody could easily support has evolved into, devolved into something that everybody seems to think is very complex. And I'll be very blunt. I, as a councillor, am not allowed to tell staff what to do. I have had conversations with Victoria and Jessica about this, but I can't direct their activities, and therefore I can't ask them to do a project to investigate this and help us understand what the costs are. So my only path is to bring a motion or resolution like this to council. And this was never intended to be a staff make work project of talking to all of the marinas and doing all kinds of other things. It was very, very simply to provide additional support. Now, the Waste Management Committee may have been able to ask this question. I'm not on the Waste Management Committee, can't be on it. So that's a bit of an obstacle for me. But the objective here is, I think we need as many parallel paths as possible to try to move forward and make progress on this topic of waste management. And one of the things that we don't know is if an option for waste management is a private service, then we would have to go through a rezoning. I've already had conversations with MECP. This is going back several months, And I've been told that getting an ECA for a site with a zoned situation in place could be done fairly quickly. And Chris Hyde repeated that when he came to our council meeting a meeting ago. So getting the ECA is a fairly easy thing to do. Getting the design of the required site, he has pointed out to me that these are available designs and there are consultants in the industry that could work on this. But all of that is a future. All I'm trying to help us as a council and a township figure out here is this a big effort to rezone a property or is it a tiny effort? And if all we need is for our planner to tell us, here are the 5 steps that we would need to go through. We would need to get all of us councillors to support this resolution to rezone this property to a transfer site. Then that's even a simpler process. But we are running around here, I think most of us, frustrated by making little progress on this waste management topic. And this is one simple, tiny example where we could make progress and expose, if you will, an option of what it would look like if a marina wanted to do something on a private basis. This is not about the marina working on behalf of the district, because I am terrified of what the different district services costs would be to be a manned site at a marina. This is something that a marina operator could do. And I have spoken to a few, and they are all very interested in exploring this and understanding what the cost implications might be. So I look at this as a very, very simple exercise, and let's ask staff to give us some information. Maybe my resolution is too comprehensive, but let's ask staff to help us understand very crisply what it would take for a single marina property to get to a waste management transfer site status or a section of their property, so that we can then know that piece of information, share that with both our constituents, our marinas, and the Waste Management Committee, and then understand that that is another possible path forward out of the dilemma. I mean, all of you have been receiving mega emails from the Go Home Lake community, all really concerned about this matter.
5 minutes must be up by now.
And this is a small step to get us to one answer that will help in solving this problem. Thank you.
Did you not hear Ms. Gunby say she and Ms. Lemieux are already working on this?
I did, but again, they didn't tell me crisply what it was, and without having visibility into their task and priority list, my only path for achieving action on this is to bring forth a resolution.
I see Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper, so we might as well throw Jarvis in there as well. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is directed at Victoria, Ms. Lemieux. Instead of changing zoning, can we not do an add to the land use? I know with my current zoning on my commercial properties, I wanted to add a feature to my business, which was not included in the land use, and it came before council and council approved it. I'm just wondering if that's one avenue, and that's the first part of my question. I'll let you sit on that for a second. The other part is it possible that you could engage with the Oak Bay community? Oak Bay does not have municipal garbage pickup. They're a very large marina and a large community, and they are completely independent. They have their own truck come in and lift the garbage cans up automatically and dump them. And they have bins there that get picked up and taken away too. So perhaps we could look into the model that Oak Bay has. But going back to my original question is, can we not just make a simple change in the land use instead of a zoning amendment?
So through your worship to Councillor Bochek, that's a great question. It could be that route that ends up being more appropriate, which would essentially just add an additional permitted use to whatever existing zoning a property may have. That would still require an amendment to the bylaw anyways, though, but versus, you know, putting a property into a industrial zone, maybe keeping it a commercial with an additional use, that's something that staff needs to look into to see what would be most appropriate. And thank you for the tip about the Oak Bay system. That's something that
Yes,
we'll
they're very unique. Yeah, they're unique in the township as far as their garbage pickup goes.
Councillor Yanko.
Just for your information, Brian, I think the Oak Bay people are talking to the district about having to take over the garbage at Oak Bay, so that's another issue. What I want to clarify, and it's basically it comes from Chris Hyde at MOE, there's no such thing as a private waste collection system at a marina. It's a public waste collection system because private means it only handles waste produced at the marina. At our marinas, the public come in from the bay and drop off the garbage, and it's been quite clear from Chris that this is a different category of waste management at a marina. So it's not public, it's not private, it's more public waste depot. The concern I have is that if we had one marina go through this process and develop a waste depot, then we have 9 other marinas who may not have a system. And what do they do? Because some of them may be able to get a waste depot, but not all 9 of them, all 10 of them would. So somebody's not going to have them, somebody's going to have them. And what happens to the people that don't have them? They got to go probably to some compound somewhere else. So I'm all for the idea of getting for staff to look at the process involved in getting a zoning amendment and a permit from the MECP and the cost from the district to build a facility. It'd be nice to know that, because all we have to do is multiply by 10 or whatever and get an idea what these systems are going to cost in Honey Harbor. But I'm somewhat reluctant to support this for one particular marina, because there's going to be those who have one and those who don't have one. And what do we do with all the ones that don't have them? So it gets very complicated here. And I think the mayor is going to be talking to the district and shortly, and maybe they can help out with some of the costs associated with building a waste depot, no matter if it's on a marina site or somewhere else. But I think we need to know those costs, because it might be substantial. If we had got to build 10 of these things and they cost $100,000 each, is that where we want to put our kind of money and so on? I thought we were trying to save money. But anyway, those are the issues I have.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Just getting back to what you had to say, Mayor Coetzee, and before I get into that, Councillor Hazelton, I'd like to thank you for bringing this forward. It is very frustrating. It's a very big topic, and we seem to be spinning our wheels, probably more because it is such a big topic, and where do you start? So thank you for bringing it forward. But I agree with what Mayor Coetzee is saying, that, you know, this should go to the planning department. And maybe if I could suggest that our staff do the investigation, partially of what Councillor Hazelton's suggesting here, so that it can go to the planning committee and something being formed there, and then bring whatever's formed there back to council. That would be my suggestion, because I think we put that council in place or that committee in place for a reason, the Waste Management Committee, and that's where a lot of things, the details get hashed out. But perhaps the staff can get that information out and hand it over to someone for the Waste Committee to look at before it comes back to us. Thank you.
Ms. Gunby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to let everyone know that the clerk has a resolution ready based on the conversations, and I just wasn't sure she was ready to share it on the screen, just for everyone to review.
You
Yes,
know that
Councillor?
Councillors Cooper and Jarvis want to have a second round at this, because for some reason we decided that the Waste Committee is something that shouldn't have been appointed. Yes, I'm frustrated. Councillor Cooper.
I don't know where that's coming from, but I certainly think that our Waste Management Committee is trying to move forward. Unfortunately, as I've said many times, we're working in the dark. And there's a great deal of frustration. We're trying to gather information. So I see this, maybe the solution is it's may or may not be a test case as much as a conceptual test case, so that we can get the data from the municipality and other areas. But I think we need to think very creatively as well. For example, I keep hearing references that the district can solve this and the district can solve that. I think we need to be thinking perhaps, or we do it ourselves. So I think we need to remember that. And one of the big keys, and it's going to be at the end of this meeting today, is what I'm looking for is data that we can work with and stop working in the dark. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
I share everybody's frustration, and I understand yours, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add to it. I just see an email in here canceling the next Waste Management Committee meeting. So the meeting scheduled for 27th has been canceled. Our CAO has a comment in that regard. So
I sure do. It's because it's the day after that we're meeting with the district. So we wanted to at least put it the day after we meet with the district, so we have the answers to the questions brought up at the last meeting and today. So it will be rescheduled.
Okay. I still understand Councillor Hazelton's idea that running something sort of parallel, despite all your frustrations, Mr. Mayor, we got to sort of think outside the box or the waste bin, as has been referenced here, and try and get things moving ahead. This is really, really, yeah, frustrating.
All right, I understand that a draft alternative resolution has been created for consideration. I don't know if council wants to vote on the existing resolution or consider an alternative. At this point, okay. Ms. Gumby.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the second paragraph can be deleted altogether because we're aware of the path and the costs associated with rezonings in our township.
Well, but that was part of the resolution that Councilor Hazelton put forward.
And if council wants, Ms. Lemieux can advise the cost of a rezoning application.
All right, I can't see everybody, but if somebody wants to speak to either resolution, I would like you to do so now. Councilor Hazelton.
So from a meeting protocol process perspective, I am comfortable in withdrawing my resolution in light of the resolution that Clerk Way has presented to us.
Thank you, Councilor Hazelton. That makes what's in front of council much simpler. I appreciate that. Council, any comments? Councilor Rienko, followed by Councilor Douglas.
I think I want to make a small change to it, is that you talked about the township approval, district approval, and MECP approval. I was also interested in the cost associated with construction of some waste depot site. I think that's important. I'm not interested in just only the cost of approvals, but I'm interested in the cost of actually construction and operation of a system. And I think that's got to be key if we're going to go forward with this idea. So I think that should be part of the resolution, is the cost for construction and operation.
All right, Councilor Douglas.
Just quickly, I think the resolution, maybe with the addition that Councilor Wianco has suggested, is great. But is this a resolution for staff to come back with a report to be then given to the planning committee? Because that would make sense to me, for them to be able to hash this out, and not so much council.
You mean the waste?
Waste committee, sorry, yep.
Currently, the motion reads the report back to council, but that can easily be amended to report back to the Waste Management Committee.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can we see can we see it again?
That was going to be my next question. Okay. Whereas there's a potential path for solid waste management to be handled by a private business or a marina, and whereas the path and costs associated with a rezoning to a transfer site are not known today, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate and report back to the Waste Management Committee with the steps and process to have a private marina to receive planning approval, district approval, and MECP approval for a transfer site and associated costs for approvals, construction, and operations. Council.
Can I make one comment? You may not see my hand.
I can't see anybody. So I'll say Councilor Wianco followed by Councilor Bochek.
Would the cost be any different if it was on township property or district property compared to marina property? Because I still believe that when we resolve the Honey Harbor issue, there's still going to be a need for another compound being built as close to the possible to those marinas that don't have an option. So I would hope that the cost would apply to a site on township property or district property in the area of Honey Harbor.
Ms. Way.
Would I just recommend then an amendment that with the steps and processes to have a site receive planning approval as opposed to a specific marina, and then it's all encompassing?
Might as well. Councilor Bochek.
In the resolution, it says that the findings will be taken back to the Waste Management Committee so that we don't have to go through this nonsense again next month or the month after. Can the councillors that are sitting on the Waste Management Committee bring back a very wholesome report to council on the findings and their decisions coming out of that? Because I agree with the mayor, this needs to go to the Waste Management Committee, and like at district, a representative of the Waste Management Committee will come back to council and inform us on what they're done. Previous this meeting, I've never heard anything from the Waste Management Committee. And that's probably part of my confusion and me asking all these questions. So I would ask that a member of council that's on that Waste Management Committee come back to council with a wholesome discussion or a wholesome report. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's have another resolution put in front of us here because you've added a few extra words, I believe, Ms. Wayne. Okay, whereas there's a potential path for solid waste management to be handled by a private business or a marina, and whereas the path and costs associated with the rezoning to a transfer site are not known today, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate and report back to the Waste Management Committee with the steps and processes to have a site receive planning approval, district approval, and MECP approval for a transfer site and associated costs for approvals, construction, and operations. All those in favor say aye, because I can't see you.
Aye. Al, aye.
Oh, now I can see everybody. Okay, stick your hands up, please.
Aye.
All right, that has passed unanimously. Councilor Hazelton, the next item on our agenda is yours as well.
Well, I thank you very much. This resolution again, intended to be very, very simple. And the background is this. Let's pretend for a second that the district is not going to come up with a viable plan, in which case a marina or some other private business is going to have to come up with a private waste service that is better than a transfer site that we have to drive to. So if that is the case, then the marina operator, we'll call it, I'll simply call it a marina operator, although it could be business, but the marina operator is now going to need to find some way to charge his customer. And ideally, given that garbage services, waste management services really are based on properties, we currently have some bizarre process directed to us from the district that charges out waste management services at a mill rate. But if we were to, for example, back down to just 2 transfer sites, I've already done some of the math, and maybe my math is close, maybe it isn't, but my guess is it's basically $100 a property. And let's assume that that's in the right ballpark. But if we were to know that that we could charge people on a per property basis, then when a marina wanted to offer private garbage services, they would then be able to determine, for example, maybe it costs them $100 a customer to deliver garbage services, but they can charge $200, and $200 plus $100 from the township comes out to $300, and all of a sudden that becomes an attractive number. Right now, just like in the previous resolution, we're in the dark. We have no idea what is there or what could be there, but this resolution is all about the fact, or trying to find out from our CFO if it is possible to invoice or charge our residents for waste management, solid waste management services on a per property basis as opposed to a mill rate basis. Hopefully that provides some relative context.
Councilors, Councilor Rienko.
I'm a little confused here because we haven't decided if the township's going on their own or we're going to stay with the district in a long-term waste management. If we stay with the district, they have their formulas and calculations, and I doubt if they're going to change those calculations for our township and for anybody at the marinas and so on. So your resolution is tending towards, well, if we do leave the district when it comes to waste management, then we could change the formula that we're using. And that's fair enough. What I don't want to happen is that one sector of the waste garbage people are getting a cheaper rate and the other waste garbage people, say on the inland, end up paying more. So I don't want some kind of them versus us concept on this. We all make the same amount of garbage. We should all kind of pay the same. And to get a break because of some other calculations, and you know, it just may change the burden. If the Georgian Bay people can reduce their costs and my costs don't go up, I'm happy. Good for them. But if there's a change in costs between one sector to another sector, then I do have a problem. But I think this resolution is tending towards us separating from the district on this, because I don't think the district's going to change their formula. And it's one of the questions that the mayor can take to the meeting next week is to talk to them about possibly changing the formula. But I doubt if they're going to do that just for us. So that's where I'm sitting on this particular one.
Frustrating computer. Councillor Cooper.
We're in the process of information gathering, and I think this is in the interest of information gathering. I don't think there's necessarily, my vision of the future is that rightly or wrongly, my guess is that we may end up with sort of a mix of services, some coming from the district, maybe a couple of transfer stations, maybe using curbside, and maybe everything else is privatized. And that's just how I can see it might be actually very cost effective for us. All you have to do is look at Lake of Bays, and we're paying double what they're paying because they have 4 transfer stations and that's it. Doesn't work for us, but it gives you an indication that you can, municipality can ask for X service from the district. So I certainly hope that we try and keep that in mind, and this is just more information gathering, so thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I'd agree with that comment. I think it would be really great if our staff could, again, not that they have a lot of time here, but finding out that information perhaps and feeding it again to the planning committee would be beneficial, because right now the planning committee, in my opinion, is frustrated because they don't know some of these numbers. And I do believe that it's going to end up being more than one solution. As Councillor Cooper said, we need to keep an open mind. But I do think all this information, if we can gather it from our township, from our CAO and our clerk, then feed it through to the planning committee so that they have some numbers to work with and actual facts and figures to start formulating some ideas to bring back to us.
Any other comments? So let's read the resolution. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to provide clarity, confirmation, and timing on how the township could shift to an allocation of costs for residential solid waste management based on a residential property and not based on the current process of mill rate changes. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 in favor. It passes. Councillor Hazelton, the next one is yours as well.
So I'm on a roll. First of all, thank you, Council, for bearing with me while I blurt out all of the resolutions that have been going through my mind, where I feel that this is the only path for me to make progress on these topics. However, I have to confess I had a wonderful conversation with Julie Cayley at SSEA, and during that conversation, I started to realize something that I've been probably pretty much ignoring, and that is that, and although I've heard it before, and I know Councillor Wianco is on the board, but SSEA positions themselves as a partner of ours, and then we look at what SSEA has done to clear up and clean up Severn Sound from the horrible state it was in, and it's actually a Canada-wide success story, perhaps North America-wide success story of cleaning up a troubled water area. And with that kind of expertise and track record, and with all the things that they are doing to work with us today, I thought that when Julie Cayley indicated to me that SSEA could write a report to our council and our township that would help us understand what things we could be and should be focusing on when it comes to water quality factors, it just seemed like a natural thing that we should be entertaining and requesting. And given that they are a partner, I got the feeling that it wasn't going to be cost prohibitive. So I wanted to bring this forward as a step, I think, in the right direction to help us with environmental insights and guidance on a matter that is so critical to our entire township, which is water quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion, or shall I read the resolution? Councillor Bocek.
Being that we don't have a delegation here, I just have a quick question. Perhaps Councillor Yanko could answer since he sits on the board. Does the SSA only deal with matters on Georgian Bay, or do they deal with our inland lakes as well too?
Councillor Yanko.
They do both. They do both. They have helped at Gloucester Pool on some of their algae problems. They've helped out 6 Mile Lake on weeds and so on. No, they're a resource to our entire township. But the limits of water quality studies that they pay for go as far as Cog Machine. It doesn't include Cog Machine, it goes up as far as Cog Machine. But they do both freebies, and I don't know if this is going to be a freebie or not, or they will actually charge you, but it's a very nominal amount of money. So I'll comment on this in a minute, but that's the answer to your question. Yes, they do the entire township when it comes to assistance.
And the second part of my question, perhaps, is to the author of the resolution. We have allocated in our budget an amount of $25,000 to another independent water quality study through Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser and her associates. Are we doubling up here? Are we looking at two different things? Because we are going to get a written report. It was promised that we would get a written report from the group with Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser. I'm just wondering if this is going to be another cost on top of the SSEA's wish that maybe we don't need it because we would have a report coming from the other direction. Simple question from somebody who doesn't know. So anyone who'd like to pipe up, I'm glad.
Councillor Cooper, were you wanting to provide an answer, or do you want to get in turn?
No, I was just hoping to be able to answer it, and I think we're talking two separate things here. What is being requested is very specific from Councillor Hazelton. There is some, to a point that you're making, Councillor Bocek, there are some overlaps at the moment in Honey Harbor, but most of the work that's being done by the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation is aside from in Honey Harbor and Macy Bay areas and so forth. They're doing a lot of areas in Honey Harbor, by the way, that are not handled by SSEA presently. There are only 2 locations in Honey Harbor. This group is doing something in the neighborhood of 25 to 35 locations. So they're taking on a very big area, including and up to 12 Mile Bay. So a lot of the bay that is not covered presently. So I hope that helps answer the question. There you go. Thanks. Perhaps Councillor Hazelton has more to add.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Yanko.
No, I support the use of the SSEA on these types of issues. In talking to Julie myself about this, she's obviously not going to take sides of who's wrong and who's right about septic systems and discharges and so on. But she would be able to address some of the concerns about the effluent that might be coming out of these systems and the impact it might have on the Severn Sound. What I mentioned yesterday, I wouldn't mind having a small amendment to this resolution to indicate that you talk about the factors of nutrients and so on the impact. I think it's also important that maybe she might indicate the types of long-term monitoring programs that should be associated with these types of developments. And so that would be helpful because we have recommended a monitoring program for Macy. We suggested in our resolution that we wanted a monitoring program for Macy Bay. I'm suggesting maybe there could be an opportunity for a monitoring program for Brandy Island, Brandy Cove, and so on. So I think the idea also of a generic monitoring program would be an addition to this thing that would be very, very helpful.
I'm wondering if just simply adding to the end of the resolution, including types of ongoing monitoring programs. Councillor Hazelton, would you accept that? Okay. Councillor Wienko, I've now promoted you to being the seconder on this motion. Any other discussion? The motion in front of us reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that council directs staff to request a report from the Severn Sound Environmental Association that would provide the township of Georgian Bay with a target water quality factors when considering changes to our new non-residential developments, including factors of pathogens, nutrients, phosphorus, and other criteria as suggested by SSEA, including types of monitoring program, ongoing monitoring programs. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have, oh, no, it's now unanimous. Thank you. Okay, the next two are actually mine. And the first one is with regards to ministry notifications. As it's come up in conversation and a number of times over the past year or more, we are learning that various ministries, whether they be at the provincial or federal level, have a notification process to let people know about their applications. Unfortunately, those notifications are reaching almost nobody. And it's just by chance that we sometimes find out. And I think what I think would make a lot of sense is if their notification process included the requirement that they notify the municipality from which the application came. That way the municipality would be aware, and then it'd be up to the municipality to distribute that to the appropriate people in the immediate area of the application. And so I think the simplest thing for me to do is simply read the motion. Whereas numerous government approvals have been granted without the municipalities being notified of applications, for example, MECP, MTO, Transport Canada, or the public being aware of their opportunity to provide comment. And whereas in the interest of accountability and transparency, it'd be most beneficial for the municipalities to be notified and be able to provide comment and advise residents of these applications. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council respectfully requests that all ministries provide notice of any application they receive to the municipality the application was received for, and that this resolution be sent to Premier Doug Ford, the Honorable Mark Garneau, Minister of Transport, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Steve Clark, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Jeff Urick, Minister of Transportation, Carolyn Mulrooney, MP Scott Aitchison, MPP Norm Miller, and all Ontario municipalities. Any comment? Councillor Bochek.
Great resolution, really needed. The only comment I have is maybe at the very end of your resolution, district, counties, and municipalities. It's up to you.
Well, we have all Ontario municipalities. I would include first and second tier in that. But I agree with you.
Great, thank you.
I'm sure we'll find a few other people to copy on it. Any other comments? All those in favor?
No, sir. You can't actually move a motion. So right now I have no mover and seconder on this motion.
Councillor Jarvis, are you all volunteering?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Thank you. And the next one is with regards to water levels. Whereas the Township of Georgian Bay received the Township of Tiny Council Resolution 190/2020 regarding the Severn Sound Environmental Association's high water levels of the Great Lakes Resolution. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay received the Township of Tiny Council Resolution 190/2020 regarding the Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation's high water levels of the Great Lakes Resolution. And whereas the Township of Georgian Bay is a member of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Joint Municipal Services Board, whose work includes coordinating monitoring of Georgian Bay water levels in partnership with the Canadian Hydrographic Services. Now therefore be it resolved that Council supports the resolutions prepared by the Severn Sound Environmental Association and Georgian Bay Great Lakes Foundation and directs staff to distribute them accordingly.
Do you need a mover and seconder?
I do. Councilor Hazelton and Councilor Jarvis, thank you. All those in favor? And that has passed. Thank you very much. Councilor Cooper, the last one. This is the last. No, I got another page here. The last new business is yours, Councilor Cooper.
So this resolution in a sort of slightly different form came forward in our Waste Management Committee meeting, Brian. So it would have been nice to have something to bring to you as far as a report, but frankly, we had long conversations, but no particular resolution, including support of this particular initiative. And I'm willing to withdraw this resolution so that we don't spend any more time on it. But I just want council to know that both Mayor Coetzee and CAO Gunby at the meeting indicated to me that they are meeting with and to the committee, that they're meeting with the district to find out some of this information that I was suggesting could be found through the engagement of a specialist. And that this was a waste of money. And so I am not in favor of wasting money, but I am in favor of having information. So while I've spent 5 years trying to get this information, I'm really delighted that somehow magically we're going to have information almost immediately. So I guess before I withdraw it, I would like to ask Mayor Coetzee what indication he has had from CAO Stevens in terms of the information that they're going to have available to us so that we're not working in the dark.
I've had no information available from her simply because we have not had that discussion yet. All I can report to you, CAO Gunby, you're going to interrupt.
Well, nicely with my hand.
Yeah.
I was just going to state to Councillor Cooper that because we had these resolutions on today, we have not sent any details over to CAO at the district. But now that we have sort of information of questions being asked today also, we can get some information ready to send it over so they're fully prepared with the questions and information that we're going to be looking for.
And fair enough. So I just would urge you to, when you're having this meeting, that we get some sort of specific answer as to when we would have answers around the costing, not how they assign costs to us, but what the real costs are. I think, Mayor, you understand what I'm driving at here. Mm-hmm. And thank you. And I think that's going to help us with respect to this issue. The other piece of business that came, Brian, to answer your question again about the Waste Management Committee, there was also a suggestion that we might want to speak to a lawyer as to what our position was in terms of being able to maybe do some things on our own from a municipal perspective in terms of waste management services. And that was discouraged also because of the cost. The suggestion was made that we could ask the district about that. I think that's a little bit like the fox guarding the hen house. So I think we need, in terms of the questions that are going to the district, I suggest that we would be wise to get some independent information as to what we can and cannot do, so that we're not just, I'm not saying anybody's going to tell us anything dishonest at the district. I just think we need an objective, independent viewpoint on the issue of our legalities. So there are the couple of suggestions, and I'm happy to withdraw this particular resolution because I'm told that we're going to save lots of money and you're going to solve it for us. So have at it.
Councillor Rienko.
Can I suggest one of the topics that you may need to discuss with the district is basically having somebody, and I don't care if it's from the waste management group, but probably somebody with financial background. Does not necessarily be a member of our committee, but be there for every meeting. If we had somebody from the district at our last meeting, they would have heard firsthand our frustrations and concerns, but there wasn't anybody from the district. So I think if you can get some kind of agreement from the CAO there, or even Fred John, to have somebody be part of our committee, to hear firsthand the concerns, our frustrations, and the details we need so they can go back and provide the information at the next meeting. So I think we need them to be more actively involved in our group.
They have been willing to attend every meeting that we invite them to, and we very specifically did not invite any outsiders to the last Waste Management Committee meeting because we wanted to have a little freer discussion. We weren't entirely successful with that, but that was the intent. Councillor Cooper.
Well, I would just like to say that, well, we don't have anybody from the district with a financial background. We do have a mayor that has pretty strong financial credentials. So I'm really relying on you, Mayor Couture, to make sure that we get the financial picture much more clear.
Thank you, I think.
How's that for a vote of confidence?
Yes, well, that's why I say, thank you, I think. So you're willing to withdraw this resolution? Okay. I think, though, much like Councillor Hazelton in earlier resolutions, the concerns have certainly been raised and heard by council and staff. All right. Where are we? Okay, we got a bylaw here that moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Oh yes, this is Committee of Adjustment. So we needed somebody to talk to us about this. Is that our clerk who's unmuted herself?
I see Councillor Bochek's hand up. As you know, every year we appoint 2 members of council to the Committee of Adjustment. Following the last meeting, or between now and then, we've received a resignation from Councillor Bochek, who no longer wishes to serve on that committee, which is certainly acceptable. So we need to reappoint another member, preferably before Friday's meeting. I know that's only a couple of days away, but so currently Councillor Jarvis is still willing to serve until the end of the year. So this will just be an updated bylaw that will allow these 2 members to serve until the end of December 31st. And then we will pass another bylaw in January of next year for 2021. So it's really just someone committing for the next 3 months.
Thank you. Traditionally, we've tried to appoint somebody from inland and somebody from Georgian Bay, which means that we would, if Councillor Bochek has resigned, we'd be looking at Councillor Douglas or Councillor Rienko as 2 options. Last I heard, neither of them were terribly interested. I don't know if that's still the case. Councillor Douglas.
It's certainly not. Yeah, it's not possible actually for me to participate in that. However, I would like to nominate another councillor, if I may. Or
well, we'll have to get to that
you're
point.
not there yet. Okay. Yep. All good. Let me know.
Sorry, please go ahead, Councillor Douglas.
Oh,
Well, actually, hang on. Councillor Wienko should speak first, because I did ask him a question as well.
all right.
Sorry, I got distracted there. No, I'm on enough committees right now, and I had about 9 years of the Committee of Adjustment, so no.
Okay. So the two of you have confirmed my understanding. So Councillor Douglas, Councillor Douglas, do you want to make a suggestion?
I would like to nominate our Mayor Coetzee as sitting on the Committee of Adjustment for the remainder of the year, if he would accept.
I don't know if I'm allowed to accept. Because I'm sure I was told in the past that the mayor was not allowed to be on the Committee of Adjustment, or not advised.
We've done some research into the Planning Act of the Municipal Act, and as much as you are ex officio on every committee, it still doesn't impede us having quorum of council at that meeting. So there's nothing prohibiting you from serving.
Well, I don't know what the wish of the rest of the council. I'm certainly willing, because I attend every meeting anyway, just because I think it's a good thing for the mayor to do. Okay, Councillor Jarvis, followed by Bocek, followed by Wienko.
I know how controversial it would be, but I'd be willing to nominate Councillor Hazelton for the committee, just because he's closer into town and maybe has some of the understanding about what the inland lake requirements are, barring the fact that we don't have any inland lake direct representation.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And actually, it's been 4 years that I've served on the Committee of the Adjustments, and I wish I could stay on, because I think it's quite valuable that we have members from both the inland and the bay. There's nothing precluding, and there's no procedure that says we cannot have one councillor on the Committee of Adjustments, and that we could go to the public. We already know there's lots of skilled individuals in the public that would be of benefit to the Committee of Adjustments. That being said, I'm going to get in the mayor and push him into the community center on Friday if he's willing, because I think it's a great choice, because you've sat on the Committee of Adjustments as an independent member. You're very knowledgeable on the protocols of zoning and planning. So I do endorse Mayor Coates here, and encourage the rest of council to work in the same direction, but we'll see where that goes. And Jessica, CEO Gumby, you're probably going to tell me I'm wrong about another member of the public.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what I came on to do.
All right, I get it.
That says it
All
has to
right,
be
I get it. Yeah.
2 members
You
of
don't have to
council.
say much. Your body language tells everything.
Darn it.
All right, Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Cooper.
No, I was putting my hand up in support of nominating the mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that I don't support the mayor. I think we'd also, though, benefit from having Councillor Hazelton on this committee, and I don't think he's served on the committee, as I recall, which would be a very good experience for him. And he has a lot of knowledge, and including having spent the first, whatever, 20 or 30 years of his cottage life in Go Home Lake. So he does understand, to a certain extent, the inland community. So I'd be happy to second the recommendation or nomination, I should say, from Councillor Jarvis towards Councillor Hazelton. Thank you.
I'm not sure quite what I should do at this point, given that we have 2 nominations, and I don't want to chair the meeting and anyway influence what's going on from here. So I'll turn it over to Councillor Hazelton.
So I appreciate the support from my fellow Bay councilors. I think given that we're trying to just fill a few months before we make a decision for another full year, I would fully endorse our Mayor Coetzee to handle the next few months. And if it was the will of council in January to nominate me or consider me for a full year, then I would be happy to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Just quickly, yeah, thank you, Councillor Hazelton. My understanding was just for the next 3 months, so I think you'd probably make a fine member as well. This is just a fill-in for the next 2 or 3 months. And then at that point, I believe we're going to be bringing this back to council in December, just to talk about the entire makeup of the Committee of Adjustment and how we're going to do that. So yeah, no, I'd agree with what you're saying.
Okay, so that means.
Looks like you're acclaimed.
Well, we still have to do this formality, I'm sure, or otherwise the clerk will, you know how she can get upset. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay hereby enacts bylaw 2020-089, and that the following members of council be appointed to the Committee of Adjustment until the end of December 21, 2020. I think you meant 31.
I did mean 31, sorry.
A, Councillor Jarvis. B, Councillor Coetzee. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Jarvis, do you want to comment?
Am I allowed to make the motion if I'm on the slate?
Yes, but if you prefer someone else, we can move it.
It doesn't bother me, just as long as there's no conflict.
I mean, I'm just reading what the clerk typed in here. Councillor Douglas? No, okay. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Douglas. Whereas Section 239 of the Municipal Act, et cetera, allows us to go into closed for the purpose of Planning Council closed minutes of September 14 and 16, 2020, and the Honey Harbor Public School request to purchase property. Be it now resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 2:51 p.m. All those in favor?